We start in 5 minutes.
Daqui, coloquei, daqui. Verificação de legendas e pior.
No chat.
Estou falando.
Jocelyn, it's Livio. Cleanerette is in a traffic jam. City is congested. We start in 5 minutes. Some foreign organized. We try to get it in English. Struggle for memory in Africa. It's all in
Wow. You're very good translator.
We are being published with the rest of the press.
Only been translated.
No, it's been translated. It's now being hopefully published. It's already been
Wow.
translated.
Very good. Anyway, it comes up with this. It comes up.
Yeah. But let's stay in touch. And perhaps we can get people to say some of the stuff. Yeah. We talk perhaps over lunch. Fabio. Selection.
Yes. So,
Let's try. Let's put the program.
no. It's not
Acho que eu mostrei, né, como é que estava a organização.
Ah, não, posso falar?
Yeah, I think it started. Started because those of us who know where Matola is, and Jocelyn has been online on the dot from 8:55. I think we better get started.
Sabemos as duas aí.
Excuse me, Clinaretti is in the afternoon. Okay, it's my fault. We were all here. It's my fault. Clinaretti is
Como é que faz?
Clinaretti.
Pode ser, cara.
Okay. So we put it. We decided that since it is a gender with women in panel, she says it's elegant if a man moderates. It's a formality because I thought it's elegant was a word that confused me without making any mistake. It's just. She will be given panel with just men next. But it's a formal moderation because this is a small group for the reason. Just a matter of starting. I apologize because it's really my fault for the delay. All the panelists were here. I got things up. So perhaps we can start already. We have, as you can see, all of you have a program, right? We have three distinguished, and before it starts, I want to be sure that Jocelyn can hear me, can hear us. Huh? Yeah, she is. Okay. So this panel is called Clinaretti. Simone, excuse me for having offended you. It's called the Gender of Independence, and we have in the panel Patricia Codinho Gomez, visiting scholar at our university, University of Bahia. She is a scholar from Guinea-Bissau, PhD in Italy, and been working in Brazil for several years, where she's very popular. Then we have Isabel Casimiro, president of CODESRA, very well now. What's her?
No sound. I think we should need a microphone.
No sound.
Video.
No, she's got sound.
But she's not listening, maybe. I don't know. It's slow.
I speak loud. I don't know.
Speak loud.
I speak loud, but she perhaps I should talk close to this microphone. Excuse me.
Aqui, Jocelyn está dizendo, mas Jocelyn está dizendo que o som está bom.
Não.
Mas Jocelyn está dizendo que o som está bom.
Ela está ouvindo o livro?
People pick up pen.
Jocelyn está.
Okay, I speak from here. So gender of independence is the name of this panel. No, I think she can hear me. And we have Patricia Codinho Gomez from the University of Bahia, who have been already introduced. Isabel Casimiro from the Center of African Studies of the Eduardo Mondlane University, president of CODESRA, and well-known, I guess, sociologist. Yes, sort of. And then we have Jocelyn Alexander, University of Oxford. She's online and specialist, well-known specialist of Zimbabwe, and supervisor of, if I may say so, Clinaretti, who's going to be a panelist soon, and supervisor of so many other people who are also connected to our network. So without much ado, please go ahead. The first in the panel is Patricia.
Okay. So, good morning to everyone, and thank you for being here. Well, I'll be speaking in English because of the audience, of course, even if it is not my native language, English, so I'm Portuguese native and Creole native language, which is from my country, Guinea-Bissau. Well, I will be talking about women. This is my voice is there. Okay, I will be speaking about women, and this panel is about women. There is the title there, From the Inside Out, Nation Building from Women's Trajectories in Guinea-Bissau. And this is a topic that I've been working on for several years after my PhD in the early 2000s onwards. So I believe that in Guinea-Bissau, we need to approach national history in order from other viewpoints. And I believe that women's trajectories and lived experiences are fundamental to do so. And I thanks Professor Issa for his wonderful keynote yesterday, because it dialogues a lot with what I will say today. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to, this is my Guinea-Bissau map, just made like with our colors, okay, just to make it funny a little. And Livio, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organization of this event, which is very, in my view, important and timely. And allow me to thank our colleague Livio Sansoni, because he was behind everything. So thank you very much. And all the organizers and the financiers too. So I will start by telling you about historical background. And this is the structure of my presentation. Then the methodological main issues, the concepts, and what moved, what is in the at the basis of this research work. And then I will bring some data on female trajectories and the women's perceptions on emancipation and female militant. What was that? What was emancipation about? The concept from female's perspective. And then my final remarks. But before that, I would like just to situate, to say something that it is already known that African scholars have been questioning since after the independences during the 60s, from the 60s onwards, the application and of theories and methodologies from the outside. Between them, different female social scientists have been claiming the need of an effort to read Africa from an analytical and grid and base it on an indigenous data. And I think this have much to do with what Professor Issa was saying yesterday. In the case of Guinea-Bissau, although there has been a significant global broadening of epistemological and research horizons in African terms globally, towards new approaches to social history, moving beyond political history, women in my country are still, to a large extent, underrepresented in what I call the male currents of thought within the national history. It's what I was telling you about. So in my research study, I could understand that women and gender issues has received very little attention, okay, so far. And this is evident, for instance, from the number of female scholars in Guinea-Bissau working on women and gender issues. So I will first tell you about the historical background. So in this picture, I just brought these images because I think they are very helpful for you to understand, because images talks, photographs talks, and that are an image from an interlocutor of mine. So my research is also rooted in a feminist African thought, which I found particularly helpful as it raises relevant questions in response to African current struggles. Feminist methodological approach is not only a technique for gathering evidence on women or by women, but it is a process engaging theoretical and epistemological questions from the formulations, assumptions, argumentations, information tools, and interpretative strategies. So, state building process in Guinea-Bissau was based on an armed struggle. This is well known between historians, for national liberation, where the hegemonic liberation movement, the Partido Africano para a Independência da Guiné Cabo Verde, played a crucial role. This process should be contextualized in a broadened historical and political context of anti-colonialism movement in the first half of the 20th century. So this process and the specificity of the liberation process in Guinea-Bissau was that of binational struggle strategy, which put together based on the treating Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde as one nation, and was the most suitable formula found by Amilcar Cabral, the founder leader, and his the liberation movement he represented, to face and overcome Portuguese colonialism. So, in general terms, women played an important role in the liberation struggle. So, that quote that you see, you can read there, is something very important in our national history, but it always been just transmitted as man's voices. never, our revolution will never be victorious without, of course, women's contribution. But this was Amilcar Cabral's voice, Amilcar Cabral's thought. But Amilcar Cabral said also that he was representing people, he was representing individuals. So that's why I put together the two images, just to let you see that this thinking, this thought was not, and this way of thinking was not only coming from Cabral understanding, but from women's understanding too. So they played a crucial role as they were aware of that the revolution would not be successful if they did not acknowledge the female contribution. Emancipation would strictly depend on the idea of self-awareness about the power, relations, and subordination, as well as their potential negotiation positions in the decision-making process. So the sources so far have shown that the posthumous discourse about the incontestable leadership of Amilcar Cabral made relatively invisible the immense number of men and women who participated in the national liberation, the active part of the movement. So the women acted as educators, militia, and nurses in the liberated areas. This is an image of one of my main interlocutors in Mato, in the bush. So this is the bush schools in Guinea-Bissau in the early 60s. This is Teodora Inácia Gomes, that's one of my interlocutors. So they also, they acted, and at this regard, it is relevant what Ana Maria Cabral stated. Ana Maria Cabral, it's Cabral's widow, okay, that she is in Cape Verde. This is part of my PhD thesis. So I made different interviews in Cape Verde during my fieldwork. And this can show us how women were important in that context, not only in social activities as it's vehiculated more of the time, that there were nurses, they did social works, and women were politically important. They were relevant in political terms as mobilizers, as individuals who transmitted the movement, the liberation movement ideology and political issues. So in that school, so that is what she said. So they did everything. They used to written and made books for students in the school. So they did an intellectual work, and this, in my view, has, of course, to be known. So this is also a Escola Pilote of Conakry, which was the main school of the liberation movement, where these women, most of them trained other students. So liberation struggle proved that a crucial movement in changing women's social and political destinies, since resistance contributes transforming also gender relations. So this is to say there are some of, for example, this is Francisca Pereira, that one of the most known former combatants of Guinea-Bissau. Here is Amilcar Cabral and other students, and of course also female students in because education was one of the bases of the liberation movement's ideology. And political activities also this is one of the elected members of the first People's Court that was within the organization, the structure, the liberation movement structure. So in the Eastern Front, there were three main fronts in the struggle during the liberation struggle: the Northern Front, the Eastern Front, and the Southern Front. And so this was in the Eastern Front. So women participated in all these political and social structure. So my research question is then, what is the meaning of emancipation in the perception of female former combatants? Because it's something that we don't know yet about. No one, I mean, before has worked on these perceptions based on females' experiences. This is some of this is my research is based on a qualitative research, oral history, and those are my main references that a lot, of course, I have no time to talk about. But what is important for me here is that my work is also based on the idea, on the concept of trajectory, which is on Bourdieu's perspective, based on that means that at the historical unfolding of specific social groups in social spaces is defined by these same groups in their struggle for legitimacy within the space they belong to. So the social origins of individuals is an important element to understand these trajectories, since the family environment, which Bourdieu calls the habitus, is the first social impression of the individuals. And in my study, trajectories is related to the relationship between the life context of my interlocutors and their narratives. And this was important for me to understand. Another concept that was central, it's an indigenous concept, or emic one, and that of women, what is female militant about, mulheres militantes. This is something new for me, because we are used in the documents to read on militants in general terms, which is much associated to a male perspective, I believe, in my understanding. And because when we talk, when I was interviewing, in my conversations, I realized that being a militant for these women were not only a question of being a militia, okay? So it was far more than that. It was participating as individuals, as collectivity in the liberation as a process, not taking or not arms. And this is very, very important because it pluralizes, it includes, it is a more inclusive concept, in my view, of what militant is about, what being militant is about. That women were nurses, were teachers, educators, were militias. They look after, in the economic part, the commerce, with trading, part of the liberation areas and everything. So, and this is one of this quote of one of my interlocutors. What was being female militant about. So Maria Isabel Mané, that I could interview in Bissau in 2017. So what it is also interesting is that this is a picture that of this former combatant, Nyarbat Ngada. She is from the southern part of the country. And of course, her life trajectory, life history, her experience within the liberation struggle is not written. Our younger scholars don't know about this kind of experiences, because many of them, like Nyarbat, worked and gave a lot to the liberating movement and to the nation building their lives, and guaranteeing the health to the combatants, and leading with very hard and very challenging situations within that context. And so what she says here that I found interesting and important to focus is that when she said that probably people and the younger generation don't know about these experiences, and that is important to point out and to underline, because it means that we need in Guinea-Bissau somehow to approach and to give more attention to our national history, to the way that it has been told, and the other ways that it can be told, to give another, to be more inclusive history. So, and this is what Nima Muscutature, another interlocutor of mine, which is not, before I show you some pictures of women who are in some way the representative voices of the liberation movement, as Teodora Inácia Gomes, the first picture I showed here. And Teodora is one of the representatives, is my first, in fact, interlocutor. I have an affection, a relationship of affection with her. I already published a text, an article in a Codesria review on her trajectory. So, but she was the voice of the movement and the representative voice. What about the others, like Nima Muscutature, like Nyarbat Ngada, and so many others that didn't emerge in our national history and national record? So, and it is important because there is somehow like these women, when interviewing them, they just show a feeling of like they have been betrayed, between commas, of course, by the liberation movement, because what was what they expected to have from the liberation movement, they didn't have. Many of them, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them. And I think we should dig into this part of history. This is an archaeological work, an historical work, and has so, that is what I'm doing, of course, but I believe that we should do much more in this area. And okay, I'm coming to my final. So, and all this that I've just said, it is linked to broaden gender perspective on gender perspective in Africa, and moreover, even in general terms in other contexts. But I'm focusing mainly in the African context. So this is also one of my main references, which is Mary Modupe Kolawole. She's a Nigerian sociologist, and she has been working on what it's womanism and African consciousness, this book about. But in Brazil, we call it's something, well, a little bit different, but mulherismo, based on the female emancipation, based on what women think about and how they can just address these disparities, the issues on disparities and self-awareness and autonomy, and how women can negotiate even power relations in societies. So, and I think Kolawole is very assertive, and what she says in theoretical terms is important in my research study, because it shows that how complex is the issue and how complex is the theme. And that we should not impose concepts, and we should not impose methodologies and way of seeing things. So African women are very different one another. So we should be free to define ourselves in the best way we think we are. So preventing this kind of practical aspect of the daily struggles in order to fight these disparities and to emancipate ourselves. So, and closing with this quote, what Ana Maria Gomes Soares, it's another former combatant of Guinea-Bissau. She's a very, very interesting woman. I could work with her for a while. And what she says, I believe it's central, it's relevant. So maybe someone else has said the same, but I think we should pay attention to what women are thinking now, politically, socially, economically, and how as intellectuals. And to say that women in Guinea-Bissau, of course, there are few of us, but we are struggling, we are trying to write our stories, not only women's stories, but also the country's stories. So gender issue is not about only women issues. It's more than that, much more. So this is part of this work is published in this monographic, this collective book that I edited with a colleague from Brasilia, University of Brasilia, Andrea Lo, and it can be found online. And I finished, this is a small provocation to my dear friend here, Akote, Isabel. This dress was a gift from Isabel when my first visit here in Mozambique in 2015 to the CEA, Center of African Studies of Eduardo Mondlane University. So my final reflection is that I think it's important to write about ourselves and even about our experiences as a collective common experience. And I think it is relevant from a theoretical point of view, and bringing all our lived experiences as women, as intellectuals. This is important and is needed in my view. So my final question is there. And I think it's something very important to think about, because I don't know how far we really think about this. Who holds the power in the matter of research? Thank you. Forgive me for my English. So.
On the door now, we have Isabel speaking now. Also half an hour. Then I think we will have our coffee break, and we will. What? Jocelyn after Isabel.
See,
Oh,
Jocelyn's after.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I will speak in English, contrary to what
Contrary to your religion.
yourself.
But okay. Good morning, colleagues and friends. Thank you very much, Liviu, for inviting us. Thank you very much, the partners, the donors are partners now, isn't it? So I would like to say that I changed my presentation in the last 10 days. And this is the reason why you don't have a paper. Because while I was reflecting, and I have 2 bits, otherwise I'm afraid that I run away from what I need to say. While reflecting on the issues of margins, my presentation is, and it was decided with Liviu, because he almost obliged me to participate in this symposium. Memories from the Margins, Women, Biographies, and Armed Struggle in Mozambique. While reflecting on the issue of margins, marginalization, abandonment, and lack of recognition in the history of the liberation struggle, came a series of memories from the research that has been carried out. This is Google translation, sorry.
But you don't have to say.
I was surprised when you.
But Teresa told me that we need to be changed. Came a series of memories from the research that has been carried out from 80 to 2019. These memories forced me to reflect on how the process of marginalization at various levels was happening during and after the armed struggle. When Liviu asked me to participate in the symposium and we talked about the team, I immediately thought about something discussed with Elísio Macamo regarding the research project coordinated by Patricia Moncote with Angela Coutinho and myself. It was a project sponsored by CODESVIA. The team, it was around the feeling of abandonment and lack of recognition for the commitment of women and men to the struggle, which is stronger as they move away from the country's decision-making centers, so to say, from Maputo. It seems that they say is a mixture of reflection from memory on what happened, but a critical reflection on the abandonment that began from the moment they were retreated or kidnapped with the promise of studying that in most cases never happened. So when we decided about this team, I immediately remembered what women that we interviewed in Niassa province told us about the war. They said we were either recruited or kidnapped to participate in the armed struggle. They told us, you will be with us, you will go to school, and in most situations, the majority of them never went to school. So some women that we interviewed in Niassa province, they were still members of the female detachment, destacamento feminino, but they felt very much abandoned from Frelimo and from the power. They were there. They were there, far away. They were participating in most of the moments, the creation of the Frelimo, the female detachment, creation of the women's organization, and so on and so on, but there was this abandon. There is a documentary, a movie, that I think we all should see. For me, it is a very moving, an interesting movie, Guerrilla Grannies. It was done by a Belgian, yeah, a Dutch? Dutch, yes. She saw a photo with 3 women, and she decided to interview these three women in 3 moments. I think 2 of them died already. The other is still alive, but she's not well. And in this movie, we can feel this the situation of abandonment. Although one of them that died already was here, and then she went to work in Dar es Salaam, now in Ethiopia. The other one was a peasant. She stayed in Niassa. She was a happy woman. And the other was here. She was a member of the women's organization and so on. And this is a movie that for me was very important. So what I was recalling about the abandonment. I remember when, and Yusuf, you know very well, because we were together when we were doing research in Cabo Delgado. And it was in 80, we did the development course, that we were students of the development course. While interviewing women and men, and after some time that they felt more at ease, they began complaining about things that were happening. For example, the teachers that were obliging the students to go to the teacher's mashamba or to fetch water.
Mashamba
is a field to grow foods. And they were saying, look, during the armed struggle, this happened, but the teachers were not paid, didn't receive a salary. So we could understand that, but not now. And this was in 80, 5 years after independence. The other situation they were talking about was the policy of Frelimo regarding initiation rights. They said during the armed struggle, they never combated initiation rights. They understood it was part of our culture. So why are they doing that now? And then I remember that it was only in 83 that Frelimo and the Women's Organization organized the extraordinary conference that was organized to study the situation in the country, because everything was upside down. And Frelimo realized it was important to see what was happening. And it was only after this conference that initiation rites, forced marriages, and so on were somehow considered against the Constitution and the Frelimo policy. Other things that I remember from our research, and suddenly I don't remember what I wanted to say, but okay, let me see what I wrote here. Yeah, okay. After this, we went on doing research. And other things that we realized while doing research, for example, for my monography, and then for my como é que se diz o meu, a seguir à monografia, o que é? É
Dissertação.
a dissertação, my dissertation and my PhD. Is the different scripts about the Frelimo history. And this is very clear when we look to the history of women. It looks like Frelimo decided everything for women, but we can see from the documents, and we did research on Frelimo documents. I was together with Teresa. Sometimes we were afraid of being there because of the things that we were reading in the documents. I don't know how is the Frelimo archive now, because many things happened, but we could see, and Mondian, Jeanette Mondian said that. Thank you very much for helping to recuperate my interviews to Jeanette Mondian. Jeanette says that it was women that forced their participation during the arts struggle. But it is like everything was done by them. But they forced, they organized the first organization, LIFEMO, Women's League, Frelimo Women's League, that was erased, almost erased from the history of Frelimo, although it is in the documents, in many documents, perhaps because it was led by the wife of Simango, but there are documents, even Zamora talks about LIFEMO. And women were the ones that organized themselves to trade. Although the script and most documents that have been produced say that it was Frelimo that decided for women to trade. It is not true. They were the ones.
You should say Simango is students, if you don't mind, because
Yeah.
Simango is being considered in traditional technical historiography one of the betrayers. So being associated with Curia Simango from a vice president is not a good thing. Just
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes. No, thank you very much. While talking in English,
No,
some
but
things disappeared from my mind. But okay. And this was interesting. When I was doing research in 85, in 86 about this, I saw that in the documents, and Francisca de Acama, that was a member of the female detachment, confirmed that. But she was one of the only ones that confirmed it was women that wanted to train, and the first group trained because they asked to train. Although the official history talks about 66, because it was when the Central Committee decided to create. And up to now, we celebrate the 66th year as the year of creation of the female. The other aspects we could see during the research that we did together with Patricia. Patricia was doing research in Guinea-Bissau, Angela Coutinho in Cape Verde. I was doing here was related to what they think it is a militant. And most people were saying that militants were those that joined the struggle during the armed struggle. But some of them considered that militants were the ones that had a gun. And for example, women carrying food or guns were considered farinhas. How do you translate farinha? Farinha, because they were transporting farinha, basically, because they were transporting foods. So, yeah, it is interesting that when Patricia was talking about the words of Amilcar Cabral in 72, the words of Samora Machel are more or less the same. When the women's organization was created in 73, the liberation of women is a necessity of the revolution, a guarantee of its continuity, a condition of its triumph. Yes, and this was very much progressist. If we consider the policy and the ideas of many of the liberation movements in the 60s and in the 70s, this was really very advanced, and feminists all over the world thought Frelimo was a feminist organization. But it was never a feminist organization, we know very well, and somehow feminism has been fought. We couldn't even say that we were feminists. This is something from the last 10 years, because being a feminist was more or less a betrayal to the organization. There is a very interesting book we should read. It is in Portuguese, and I don't know, perhaps in German. It is edited by Elisa Fuchs. Moçambique marcou-nos para a vida. I will translate to English. Grupo de Mulheres Internacionalistas, 1980-84, retratos e depoimentos. Mozambique marked us for life. Group of International Women, portraits and testimonials. It is very interesting because it is a group of women from all over the world, Africa, Latin America, Europe, that joined Mozambique from independence, and that thought that they were joining a feminist movement. One of them is Sig Manfred, that has written a lot about women in Mozambique, and that worked with the Mozambican Women's Organization. So, yeah. This is what I would like to talk about. The role played by feminists in the world. It was very important to make visible the contribution of women. Feminists in plural, because there are very waves of feminists, even in Africa. We have a wide range of feminists, thank all gods, because otherwise it would be the same picture. We have from Amina Mama to Patricia McFadden, that is a radical feminist, to many others that talk about womanism and so on. So it was very important, and in our case, feminists played a very important role to make the women's contribution visible. And in our case, it was that, like perhaps in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, because no one is going to give us freedom. We need to fight for that. And another thing that we learned from doing research is that there is a continuous need to fight for freedom. And we can see what's happening in the last 10 years in Mozambique. There has been, como é que se diz, andar para trás?
Thank you.
We are going back in many situations. The women's and feminist movement is having lots of problems since 2016, when the police took to prison for women that were protesting against the long skirts for schoolgirls. After that, it was very complicated to organize marches and other things. So it is something that we need to keep on fighting. For example, I'm going to finish. I thought I had only 5 minutes. Frelimo participated in the arms, women participated in the armed struggle. But when we look to women in the peace commissions, we don't have. We had one. We had one, a judge. When we had the second peace accord, a second definitive peace accord with Vietnam, there was a woman. And even now that we are in war, and with the process of the mobilization, we don't have women in these peace processes. What is very strange, in all the celebration dates, Frelimo keeps saying that women participated, but women are not there. We have 50% of women ministers, 50%. But what is, it is very good, yes, and we have almost 40% in parliament, but it doesn't mean that quantity means quality, because women are not there to fight for women. And the third thing that I tried to write is the script about the narrative. We have a very victorious narrative in Mozambique. And what is interesting is that this narrative is changing every year according to the needs of the elite in power. This is something that we can feel. Perhaps in 80, when I began doing research, I was very happy, and I also had another feeling about the armed struggle. Then Aquino de Bragança and Jacques Deverson wrote the paper in 86 from idealization of the armed struggle and so on, that made us think about the armed struggle. And now, with the distance and the practice of the day-to-day life of Frelimo and women in power, we can understand better about this split, and we can understand the feeling of abandonment that women are having, mainly women that live very far from Maputo, from the decision making. Thank you very much, and sorry for my English.
So the coffee break is at 10:30. So we perhaps we have time. I think perhaps we should proceed with Jocelyn and give Jocelyn the usual 35 minutes. Can you see if she can hear it? Otherwise, please repeat it. And let Jocelyn speak.
Where is Pedro? How is his name? Não, vem. Não sei. Deixa.
Is it Jocelyn?
Is
So,
it Jocelyn?
Yes. Well, should be.
Mas tira a minha imagem, tira isso.
Vira para lá,
Ou então, não. Tirar para ter isso na tela, né?
Aí vem a especialista na lá.
O cabo disponível.
Anda lá.
Tira-nos daí, bota no Zoom e você bota a Jocelyn como speaker.
Então, o microfone daqui, viu?
Não vai dar,
Não, Carlinhos, pega aqui por gentileza e vamos clicar a Jocelyn aqui na.
Será que não é melhor, gente? Vamos Next,
Não, não tá.
let's move to the.
Não, não, meninas, vocês podem ficar aí, é
Ah, é?
tranquilo, sim.
Esse lugar aqui não é muito bom, por favor. Aqui, não, ó, não.
Daí eu acho.
Tem a Jocelyn que foi Gabriela que vai falar.
Esse está na biblioteca do Centro.
Ave Maria, nossas terras desapareceram todas. Desapareceram todas. Da biblioteca do centro, para falar o Carlos Fernandes.
Okay, Jocelyn. Good
Yes.
morning.
Oh, she's there.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes. Jocelyn, okay, she doesn't have to see me. You have 35 minutes, then we will have a discussion. Then after 35 minutes, we're going to have coffee and you're going to have a British tea over there. And then we'll reconvene for a discussion. It can be coffee as well. It's allowed.
I'll definitely be having coffee. Yeah. Okay, shall I start?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I feel like I have to say congratulations to all the Brazilians, first of all. It's wonderful news.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, and then thank you very much to Livio Sansoni for bringing together this group of scholars, and obviously for doing all the seen and unseen logistical and intellectual work involved in that. My apologies for failing to send a paper in advance. That was very much despite Livio's best efforts, and I owe him a special apology for that. Okay, so it nonetheless gives me great pleasure to enter into these discussions of biography and liberation. My entry point is the work I've been doing for some years on the transnational military lives of liberation movements. This is a collaborative project undertaken with a group of researchers and focused on oral histories of veterans across the region and in the former Soviet Union. My part of the project, undertaken with my colleague Joanne McGregor, concerns ZAPU and ZIPRA, the oldest Zimbabwean liberation movement, and also the one that did not come to power at independence. Much as in the case of other liberation movements, our work has grappled with the combination of a powerful official account of the struggle and a proliferation in the last several decades of highly varied accounts of the war from participants themselves. I'll begin by saying something about this context and the challenges it poses before turning to the life story of one veteran and what it can tell us about what I've termed learning and teaching in the midst of war. Okay, so the challenge of writing ZIPRA history is less to do with a dearth of sources or difficulties of access. Those are problems in particular respects. Rather, the challenge lies in the entanglement of a great diversity of oral and other sources over many years in veteran politics and public and local discourse, and with texts and other media. I was really interested to hear Isabel Casimiro's paper just now, because actually both of the papers just now, because they touch on some similar issues. So that profusion of narrative is difficult to navigate, not just because of the profusion itself, but because it's a moving target that is shaped and reshaped over time. In effect, it needs a history to make sense of it. There are nonetheless several foundational aspects of ZIPRA veteran narratives, which I'll start with before kind of complicating them a bit. A crucial factor in the formation of this foundation is the fact that ZAPU did not come to power. ZIPRA veterans very widely share, first of all, a belief in the marginalization and distortion of their history in a public discourse dominated by the ruling party, ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF has, of course, been in power from 1980 up to now. Second, they share a powerful sense of unresolved grievance over their collective persecution in the 1980s, a period known as Gukurahundi, in which thousands of ZIPRA veterans, along with ZAPU members and Ndebele speakers, were killed, tortured, detained, and quite literally had their history in the form of the ZAPU archive stolen from them by the ZANU-PF government. So these intertwined views undergird a kind of loose ZIPRA counter-history that takes the form of a sequence of divisions and betrayals. It starts with ZANU's breakaway from ZAPU in 1963, and it's repeated in numerous ways since, often with the connivance of regional and international actors. So this sequence serves not only to establish ZIPRA as the perennially wronged party, but also to establish essential differences between ZIPRA and ZANLA. And of course, ZANLA is the armed wing of ZANU. In a nutshell, ZIPRA is cast as internationalist and as professional, while ZANLA is portrayed as narrowly nationalist, if not tribalist, and as a poorly trained, undisciplined rabble, rather than a kind of proper army. So this counter-history also plays out in the narrative form of ZIPRA veterans' oral histories, which at their most simple are structured by a series of boundary crossings and ordeals that ultimately transformed boys and girls into professional soldiers. So the end point of this narrative, the professional soldier, dovetails with the broader emphasis on ZIPRA's military professionalism, always placed in opposition to ZANLA. So this broad form of this counter-history is not agreed by any means in all its elements, and nor is it static. Over time, these stories have shifted in many ways for many reasons, but central to these shifts is the relationship between the particular public constituted by veterans associations and wider political development. And actually, I'd be interested to hear in the role of Guinea-Bissau and Mozambique, how veterans associations have shaped narratives in those instances. In Zimbabwe, we can see three major moments. The first followed the end of the political repression of the 1980s, the price for which was the subsuming of ZAPU into ZANU-PF. In the immediate years that followed, a group of ZIPRA veterans formed a trust that set about documenting ZIPRA history amidst still lingering fear. The second moment came at the end of the 90s, when both ZIPRA and ZANLA veterans were effectively mobilized in one national association by ZANU-PF. And in part, that was accomplished through the payment of lump sums and the creation of pensions. This process paralleled ZANU-PF's promulgation of what's been called patriotic history. And that's the kind of Zimbabwean version of what is called the liberation script in Mozambique. So they developed this patriotic history in the face of a new and powerful opposition movement. Rank and file veterans played central roles in performing and disseminating patriotic history alongside their participation in the often violent politics of the ruling party. But veterans were also divided by this process. And this produced a third moment in which veterans associations proliferated. I mean, there are now a huge number of veterans associations. For ZIPRA, this was aided not least by the loss of the kind of centralizing, disciplining authority of ZAPU President Joshua Nkomo following his death, and then the defection from ZANU-PF of the most influential of ZIPRA veterans, Dumiso Debengwa. The effect of all this, in really quite contradictory ways, was to open out new spaces for ZIPRA stories. ZIPRA veterans could now tell their stories under the rubric of patriotic history. they could also tell their stories from outside ZANU-PF's reach. And they did so in a host of kind of quite fragile oppositional spaces. The most prominent of these was the highly provocative spread of public storytelling about the violence of Gukurahundi, in which many ZIPRA veterans had, of course, suffered directly. And that was located in the second city of Bulawayo. It became a kind of hub for the production of these stories. So ZIPRA history and ZIPRA narratives have thus been shaped by all of these processes. It's not some kind of a linear process. It's not isolated, but it's produced, in effect, a kind of constant interaction among oral accounts and texts, including our own, as well as state media, memoir, documentary film, theater, the making, and of course, importantly, the destruction of monuments, debates on social media, and a host of other places. All of these have become active constituents of remembering and history making over time. So it's a very rich terrain on which to work, but it's one which has constantly produced dissension and contradiction. There have been really very few attempts to reconcile difference, resolve contentions, or even produce a kind of coherent hagiographic overview on ZIPRA's part. So ZIPRA veterans are simply too divided for that. So this history seems to proceed by way of multiplication in a kind of call and response. So we've tried a number of ways of creating narrative order amidst this profusion of stories, one of which is to build on the approach of Bulawayo-based historians and veteran chroniclers with whom we've worked closely. And they've sought to mark out war generations over the nearly 2 decades of the struggle. Sorry, your picture has frozen. Can you still hear me? Shall I continue? I just don't know if you can hear me. Maybe someone could message me in the chat if you can't. Okay, so I was just saying that the one way of kind of trying to make sense of this profusion of stories is to mark out war generations. So each group or cohort is defined by differences in recruitment, tactics, weapons, places of training. Okay. Oh, damn.
Looks like the host has disappeared.
Oh, shame.
And I've gotten a sign that I've been made host.
Oh, well done. You've been promoted. How are you, Suraj?
I'm fine, thanks. It's great to listen to you.
Well, was I cut off at some point? I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, they're back.
Oh, are we back?
We're back.
Livio, shall I carry on? I wasn't sure if I was cut off there or what happened.
We have a broadband that's not so broad. That's our problem.
Okay.
Sorry. Very specific broad. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm not sure where I got cut off. So I was just talking about how some of the people we're working with who are Bulawayo-based kind of independent historians and veterans who are trying to write history themselves, how they've sought to try to make sense of all these stories. And one way they've done that is by marking out war generations. So they've, over this kind of 2 decades of the struggle. So each group or cohort is defined by their differences in recruitment, their tactics, their weapons, their places of training, and their numbers. So this approach gets away from the kind of generic idea of the professional soldier and also allows depth in the exploration of kind of distinct historical moments. It also underlines just how dramatic this transformation was over time. Kind of from the rock throwing, bomb making, Thompson machine guns smuggling, homegrown saboteurs of the early 60s to the conventional battalions equipped with armored personnel carriers, anti-air guns, Strela missiles, and the famous Grad P, and even MiG pilots of the late 70s. But one of the difficulties of this approach is that it can hide the ways in which one phase of the war shapes the next in a process of quite literal learning and teaching. So these processes were reflected in life stories and helped to reveal how the shared foundations of Zebra's stories were first made in wartime. So this is where I want to turn the story of one man, a former Zebra military instructor named Setsuayo Sitole, with whom I did several very lengthy interviews in 2017 with Patisa Inyati, a Bulawayo-based independent historian. So we'd already encountered many veterans who had passed through Sitole's hands and had heard stories time and again about the basic training regime that he had helped to establish at Nampundwe camp, which was the first port of call for literally every new arrival in Zambia in the second half of the 70s. So this regime was consistently portrayed as a shocking initiation to military ways. The stories were sometimes told with humor and often tinged with horror, hurt, and anger. They were vivid, emotional, ambivalent accounts. So the origins of this regime was a source of great interest to us. We were very curious about it, not least because despite its violence, it served as a kind of essential glue within Zebra. It was a kind of shared experience at a moment when more advanced military training was dispersing Zebra cadres across a huge geographical canvas. So to understand the Nampundwe regime, we need to follow Sitole's story. He's a ZAPU supporter as a young man, and he'd crossed into Botswana from Bulawayo and traveled from there by plane to Zambia in 1975. He was part of a wave of hundreds of young people excited by news of the war, and especially by the release of the nationalist leadership after a decade of imprisonment. Above all, of course, Joshua Nkomo, who hailed from Sitole's home township. So this was the time of détente. The war was on hold, and Sitole's generation faced multiple tests of their political loyalty from the start, as ZAPU and ZANU competed for recruits with each other and with Bishop Abel Muzorewa's umbrella party, the UANC, and as pressure was placed on Zebra and Zanla to unite as armies, which they briefly did under the Zimbabwe People's Army, or ZIPA, in 1976. So Sitole recounts the confusion in Francistown over UANC and ZAPU loyalties. And then he was flown to Zambia only to be dumped in Nampundwe camp at some 30 Ks outside Lusaka, which was then just a holding camp run by the Zambian army. Sitole and his fellows were greatly frustrated by what they saw as these political squabbles. And after some months, what he called a naughty guy among them made a dash for Lusaka in a pirate taxi to alert the ZAPU leaders there of their presence, sitting in this camp. Shortly thereafter, all those who identified themselves as ZAPU were picked up and sent literally to build, a military training camp called Mwembeshi in a rugged part of eastern Zambia. There, they, with others, formed a cohort in Zebra known as the Group of 800. That was their number, and it was also famous because it dwarfed all prior groups of trainees. It was much, much bigger than any previous single group. The instructors at Mwembeshi are famed throughout Zebra too, included men such as Sam Madondo, Stanley and Leah, Eddie Sigoge. They were representatives of an earlier group who had produced Zebra's first guerrilla training regime in Tanzania. And that was a regime which had already proved notorious among other liberation movements for its hardships. So in Mwembeshi, a rigorous, physically demanding regime of drill, weapons training, and political education was instituted. Sitole explained, You know, things like the obstacle crossing, the ladder jumping, crawling under the wire mesh, live bullets, you know, really practical. And you get to the classes, it's business until 10 in the evening. Early in the morning, you're up exercising. The intensity of the training was just out of the world. The instructors bound these demands up in a masculinist zebra identity and justified it with reference to the dangers posed by both the possibility of Rhodesian attack and the threat spelled out by visiting Zapu leaders that Zebra was going to be forced into a unified military with Zanla. And that was a danger because it posed a threat to Zapu's existence. 3 to 4 months into their training, Mwembeshi was indeed shut down. The group was ordered onto trucks bound for Mgagao in Tanzania, where they were to join Zanla as part of the formation of ZIPA, that is the joint military force. Satoli's account of Mgagao stressed the immediate and unremitting hostility of the reception from Zanla. This hostility culminated in what is known in Zebra as the Mgagao massacre, in which some 50 unarmed Zebra trainees were gunned down. Satoli charged the camp's Chinese instructors as well as Tanzanian soldiers with conniving with the Zanla trainees. He drew a powerful lesson from this experience. This was that those who survived did so because of the rigor of their training. Satoli explained, you know, the obstacle crossing that we underwent while we were at Mwembeshi, it made us know how to crawl. Put your head down and crawl. If that had not been the case, the Chinese could have wiped out almost everybody. We crawled and they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it because Sam Madondo, Stanley and Leo, once they fired, down, up, roll, crawl. It was if it was just a fictitious film, but it was actually happening practically. It was what we'd done in training, but now in real combat. And we were so comfortable with that. And it made us survive. The prudence, the anticipation that the command and the leadership had really paid dividends. Satoli's group was subsequently sent to Morogoro camp, also in Tanzania, where they completed their training under what he described as an even more demanding regime, headed again by kind of legendary Zebra instructors from earlier guerrilla cohorts. Its rigors now made, oh, I think you're frozen again. I don't know whether to continue or wait.
I would say wait a minute.
Okay.
Because it's usually something quite.
Okay, they're going to reconnect.
They're fixing. Yeah, I should think so.
Oh, what a shame.
It's raining today here and a bit, and it's generally horrible. So
In
like,
Maputo.
yeah, so things like this.
It's raining here as well.
Oh, shame.
It's quite cold. At least is it warm there, I presume?
Yes, but you're supposed to be having autumn, and we're supposed to be having summer. So
yes.
Anyway, we'll see.
I feel bad.
Here we go.
Oh, good.
Hi, with us.
Sorry about this. I hear you're having rainy weather over there.
Sorry. We are sorry.
Okay, so again, I'm not sure exactly where I was cut off, but the point I was making was that this experience of the violence in Mgagao was central to Satoli's understanding of rigorous training, of this kind of very harsh physical training. He came to see this as a necessary aspect of soldiering. So that was the first lesson of Mgagao, that Zebra's mode of harsh training and discipline was the key to surviving war. The second lesson was about loyalty. It was a lesson that Satoli had already absorbed in the less threatening circumstances of Botswana and Zambia.
We have two systems, 4G.
Okay. Okay, so I wasn't sure where you froze again for a second there, but I'll just carry on. So the second lesson is about loyalty, that loyalty to ZAPU had to be maintained in the face of constant efforts of foreign powers and hosts and other movements to force new allegiances. So Sitholi's return to Zambia in early 1977 coincided with further insecurity and upheaval, and the pressure of a massive increase in the flow of young people, many of them teenagers, across Zimbabwe's western and northern borders into Zambia. Sithole returned to Nampundwe camp, where his job was now to provide military instruction to new arrivals, in effect, a kind of basic training. He believed he'd been chosen for this crucial role because of the qualities of loyalty, discipline, and independence he'd exhibited. In his view, he was now a mature soldier, despite having been in ZIPRA for under 2 years, and of course, still being a young man in his 20s. Okay, you've now switched to something else here, but I'm going to carry on. Okay, so this is the kind of fast forward of wartime, where you mature, you learn at an accelerated rate. The ZIPRA syllabus was provided for Nampundwe, but Sithole and his fellow instructors, most of them were survivors of the Mgagao massacre, developed their own methods based on their experience. So I want to just stress the enormity of the task that they face. In 1977 alone, probably close to 10,000 new arrivals passed through the camp. Those deemed fit for training. Okay, am I back?
Yeah, you're always with us, Annika, so to speak.
I hope I'm making some sense. I don't know how interrupted this is. So I'm just explaining like the huge task that he faced when he was put in charge of basic training in Nampundwe camp. About 10,000 teenagers sort of passed through this camp in 1977 alone. They were prepared there to be sent on to other training sites where they would receive advanced instruction, largely in conventional warfare, as part of ZIPRA's so-called turning point strategy. Over the next 2 years, some 6,000 men would travel to the Cuban and Soviet-run camps in eastern Angola. 2,000 would go to the Zambian Army-run training center at Mulungushi, and thousands more went in smaller groups to Libya, Ethiopia, the Soviet Union, and elsewhere. Nampundwe had become a port of entry and exit for an army that now entirely dwarfed the group of 800 and signaled the start of a very different kind of war. So Sitholi's job was to create order out of the mass of people in Nampundwe and to prepare them for their foreign training. So he considered it his duty to, on the one hand, deliver to foreign hosts and instructors men who would be trainable, that is, men who were fit and disciplined. He wanted to impress ZIPRA's allies so they would take more men and to make the best use of them. On the other hand, he wanted to ensure that these young men remained loyal to ZAPU and that they would be commandable by ZIPRA on their return. As he put it, you didn't want someone to come back a Bulgarian or showing signs of pomposity. These goals meant building a shared military culture and political understanding. Sithole spoke of cooking, baking, and molding recruits. He stressed the importance of the level of discipline, the level of cooperation, the level of accepting instruction. So in aid of these goals, Sithole and his colleagues invented a method of rapidly converting the mix of young people flooding into the camp into what he called controllable men. They instituted a ritual of induction known among ZIPRA cadres far and wide as meeting the old man. The old man was, of course, Joshua and Como. Recruits believed, not unreasonably, that they would be meeting their political hero quite literally. They dressed in their best clothes and they hurried to the rocky hill where Nkomo was to greet them. But instead of Nkomo, they were met by military instructors who forced them to run up and down the hill rolling and crawling in the mud on command, and undertaking painful drills without respite for hours on end. Complaint, excuse, expressions of emotion were not only not tolerated, but they were punished. This was a shocking initiation into the total subordination required by Ypres military authority. And of course, that was exactly what it was intended to be. Sitoli explained this practice with reference to his own history of training. He said, you have to have that experience that we went through as recruits. There's no way you can just control a refugee or somebody who's just coming from home. How do you control him if you didn't mold him into a formation that is controllable? So we devised a plan, we devised a system that as people come, maybe they've just arrived from Francistown in the morning, they must go and welcome Joshua and Como. These were methods, Sitoli explained, of trying to remove someone from civilian life and introduce them into military life. Meeting the old man was followed by the introduction of a tightly regimented program of drill and political classes. Political classes taught socialist ideas, but they also told Ypres history with the story and lessons of Mgagao integrated into them. The new arrivals were organized into platoons within which they constituted their own command structures and took responsibility for security and discipline, controlling each other. This was, Sitoli held, so that at least you are introduced into a system that will make you know you are in a war zone. Grasping this was essential to survival. Guerrilla war, Sitoli stressed, does not have a front. The war is everywhere, whether you're in Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, or Zimbabwe. In the last years of the war, the Zambian camps were in fact repeatedly subject to Rhodesian attack and bombing. And in fact, Nampundwe would be shut down eventually because it was bombed. So Sitoli's account of his learning and training stressed that the most profound lessons lay in the importance of the molding process as a protection against threats that were not yet knowable. I think you may have frozen again. I'm not sure whether yeah. Shall I wait a minute?
Yeah. I'm sure they will have
I'm so close to finishing.
Before.
Just hang in there. Just hang in there. We are all anxious for you to finish.
Thanks, Denise. Hi again. You'll be glad to hear I'm very close to finishing. So yeah, you won't be tormented too much longer. So I was just, oh, actually, I'm not sure they're back. Oh, are you back now? Okay. Okay, can you hear me again? Okay, great. I'll finish quite quickly. So my point here was that Sitoli's stories about learning and training stressed that the most important thing was the importance of this molding process, which served as a protection against threats that weren't yet knowable. Sitoli was also keenly aware of the difficulties and contradictions inherent in this process, which was sufficiently brutal to produce casualties, injuries, as well as deaths. And at the same time, it was intended to ensure survival. So as he explained with some ambiguity, our wish is that everyone must see an independent Zimbabwe. We're not here to die. We didn't choose to die, but we are fighting for our rights. And as such, we're trying as much as possible that we must survive, especially some of us who were victims of the horror at Mgagao and the other places, we could tell the recruits that some of your brothers who we were with were lost. And what made us survive is our strong training. It's not that somebody would be hurting you, but somebody would like you to survive in difficult circumstances. It was this will to survival, this will to life, born of Sitholi's own experience, that allowed him to cast Zipra's distinctive militarist masculinity as a form of care, using the feminine domestic analogies of baking, cooking, and molding to describe one war generation's effort to prepare another for war itself. Sitholi's position as instructor at the clearinghouse of Nampundwe at the height of Zipra's war allowed him to institute in many thousands of new arrivals in Zambia the lessons of Mgagao through drill, discipline, and political education, thus playing a key role in making the foundations of Zipra's shared narratives. Nampundwe itself remains a touchstone, constantly invoked in a quite literally pedestrian community of memory in Bulawayo. If one walks, is that okay?
Can you switch off the camera? I think it's got the internet's gonna better.
Switch off my camera.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
go ahead.
I literally have like one more sentence here. So I'm just bringing us, I'm bringing us back to the, these communities of memory in Bulawayo. If one walks the streets of Bulawayo in Sitholi's company, you won't get very far before he's hailed by the name of Tonderai. That's his war name. By now, kind of quite elderly veterans who had passed through his hands as teenagers. And they now sought acknowledgement for the kind of ambivalent and lasting impact he had had on their lives and identities and the stories they tell about the past. Okay, I'm going to stop there. So I really apologize for not being there and making this such a sort of difficult presentation. But thank you. Did everyone hear the ending there?
Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, we heard the ending. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I told you already. Okay. Yeah. Jocelyn, can I ask you a favor? Hi, Polly, Denise. So we will have a 15 minutes break. But Jocelyn, do you have WhatsApp, incidentally, just in case?
I do have WhatsApp,
C plan.
I do have WhatsApp.
Please can you send me your WhatsApp? Can you send me number by email, and I'll because if need be, we just connect the WhatsApp. Are you have the WhatsApp?
Yes.
Okay.
If she allows.
She will allow. Okay.
Just hi.
Hi.
Yeah, how are you?
I can't see you.
Hi. Hello.
You've kind of frozen.
Hi.
Is that you, Cigarette?
Yes, I am.
Hi.
Can I share your you?
Yeah,
Use
please.
WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah, you have my number. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I am. I have WhatsApp.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's even easier.
Well,
Thank you.
See you.
Okay, see you soon.
Thank you. See you.
Okay.
For the restaurant. Anybody?
E o meu quiz? Este é meu quiz, é meu quiz. Não uma coisa. Não uma coisa. Isso. Outra uma capulana de congresso. Uma capulana de congresso que acho que é muito bonita.
Eu já não disse mais nada.
Não, eu já
Eu disse.
Vou trazer uma capulana. Ainda tem uma mensagem. Isso que eu não vejo nada. Isto é internet. Não vai mostrar uma homenagem que algumas vezes fizeram lá no stream da Juliana Marcelo.
Okay. Yeah. Now the storm is off. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for having your patience. Okay, so now we have this plan C, jotted it is on WhatsApp if need be. And from now on, we'll have to work this way. It will be free already talk to the others, and perhaps also with Siraj, because it's you never know. This is much better for WhatsApp. Okay, as moderator now, it's time for questions and for you to relate to one another, of course. It's been an exciting, in many ways, an exciting session. But I'm just moderating. Any question from the audience? Otherwise, we let the three talk to one another. Yeah, two questions. Paolo, excuse me. Okay, but you have three questions. Shall we take three questions together? You mind? Paolo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I mean, the first is a comment. And I mean, you all said that.
But if you want,
People can't
Jotely,
hide.
perhaps have the
Jotely, are you hearing? Okay, well, the first.
It's very difficult. It's difficult to hear people who are far from the microphone.
This is a general comment. I mean, you did say, gender is not women. And I mean, we have here at the start of the conference, the kind of big gender panel. And I hope we don't then brush aside gender and carry on with the hyper-masculine liberation struggle talk. So just if you could say a bit more about, other dimensions of gender. We haven't, I don't know, homosexuality, even homosexuality. We haven't, there is so little said about that in liberation struggles so that's the first general question, and it's also almost an exhortation to all of us, in fact, to think through gender beyond, as you said. But I just kind of want to pick your mind and see if you can say a bit more about it. The second, I have a kind of question comment for Isabel. I'm not sure that the initiation ritual thing was after 83. My researching the tablet is that I got kind of people who told me that Michelle went there in the last trip. That was 67, I believe, or 68. I don't remember the year now. And she made a speech about against initiation rituals, women's secrets. And you find it already in the Teatro Popular 78 that already they were being repressed. So I think it runs a bit deeper, this kind of reflection. And then Jocelyn, very interesting presentation. I wonder if you can say a bit more about militarism beyond the liberation struggle, kind of, militarism as a mode of being and action, and
Okay, Carlos or Fernandez.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. And there is actually connected histories between deeply connected histories between Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau and liberation struggle history. Patricia talked about erasure of women's, invisibility of women's in the history. Isabel Cadmillo talk about abandonment. And I was curious, this is for Patricia. You talk about these women, Narbati, their invisibility within the piece of script, within the history, scholarship, contemporary struggle. And I was thinking about Josina Machel. It was a woman that was, erected as a hero. We have a holiday on Josina Machel. We have schools named after her. And so you have this tension, right, between abandonment and visibility, but and celebration, commemoration. But also, I know that there is this short kind of biographical approach which single out a particular person, and then erase all these dynamics that I think is our talk yesterday. The social history, the cultural history, the political history of the country. So I was curious to know if you have a figure in Guinea-Bissau like we have here of Josina Machel, that that everybody knows, taught in the manuals, in history books.
Isa.
Yeah, two for comments. First, as I was telling some of you, the time, when you were talking, my mind was bursting with all kinds of thoughts, possibilities and potential, which are really passed by us. We haven't met enough. But let me take succinctly some few points. One, in both your presentations, the question of betrayal, abandonment, the feeling of marginalization comes up. And in all these trials, and I witnessed in Eritrea, EPLF, now we know that women armed struggle played a leading role in EPLF. And more than half the soldiers were women. And I visited Eritrea after 2 years of independence. And you could see what happened after they came back from the struggle and won their independence. Okay? They have been radicalized. Became part of the families. No more in the decision-making process, the way you do. So this we witness again and again. The force of the patriarchy so strong. And that's in spite of what the leader said. All of them made the proclamations. But in reality, even with the liberation movement, and then they didn't quite solve this issue. Maybe they did not think it was right. And we witnessed that in the Russian Revolution. Although the Russian Revolution, of course, there were very outstanding women who participated and took up Lenin and the issue and so forth. But they were going to be pieces again and again. That's one. The two, the kind of internal contradictions that I was talking about yesterday. Now, it's a very, you were making a point that actually the women themselves forced their participation, freely. Okay? It's not freely of girls. Now that narrative in the official narrative gets suppressed. The way internal contradictions, in way we get suppressed. So there was a struggle going on within the liberation movement, including the struggle that you talked, gender struggle. And this is the kind of narrative which has brought to the surface. And very interesting. We should not shy away. Why should we shy away? That's what history is about. Because of contradictions, right? They're internal. How do you address them? Mostly. And that comes out in your language, right? which I mentioned yesterday, the failure to resolve the all international conditions, the liberation movement, we did no alliance. And Zipra, of course, marginalized, left a big people. I remember that the Zipra fighters were imprisoned in Lusaka. And then there had some problems there because when we began to go to courts and courts are doing decision affair. So, understanding between Kaun and Yere, they all transferred to Tanzania. Tanzania in jail, you know. And some of the few of the fighters made us smuggle letters. Okay? What were actually the issues involved? Not what you are now, respect. Because some of the Zipra fighters left of the existing movement. And the third point I would like to talk about lived experience. I think it's very important. The stories are important, and so on, the voices are important here. But I don't think we should stop there. You know, this story, the lived experience, like the narration of this, should be summed up, should be theorized. They should not simply be left at just hearing the voice. You know what I mean? Because there's not in it which can help us to be our Christians. So I think a conscious attempt should be made to theorize.
So we have already, excuse me.
Last point about archives. This is so important for us. We talk about friendly market. We found the same with CCM archives in Tanzania. Lots of documents, but all stacked up, not classified. Fortunately, we get access to. We offer, we don't organize. So call it, this is where you come in. And we are losing a lot of documentation. A lot of documentation. Liberation files of the Liberation Committee in Tanzania. Up to now, they were kept in the military headquarters. Now they've been transferred to National Archives. One of our components has started research. But to this day, they remain unclassified, uncategorized. Boxes and boxes. Why? Because they don't resolve. And the process takes between 1 to 2 years. After the archivists have classified them, they have to be gone through by the security. Okay? And that takes 2 years. Valuable research time. And there is something that we should do. You know, when Malibu founded his foundation, Malibu Foundation, my dream was that you would have a Julius Nyerere Memorial Library. That's Jawahar Nehru Memorial Library. When all the liberation documents, liberation histories would be, was never taken to pass. In fact, some of the files that were taken by Malibu Nyerere Foundation, when we were doing our research, we went there, someone personal files, okay? And that was stored up in a container, in Chinese container, because the Chinese were building networks. So because of the young COVID, I went to the container. Now, meeting volume documents kept hot climate in the container. Photographs, so many files. We retrieved the files and brought them back. So I think question archive. The least we can do is to make sure by whatever means we get pressure, we must build our archive. This is very important. Sorry about it.
We have, we already have 3 questions. Yes, we have 1 hour of debate. So this, we're blessed with time. But don't abuse it.
Thank
So
you.
we know.
So, thank you very much for your questions and comments. Very quickly, Paulo Israel. Well, Paulo, I think your point is relevant, is important, but it is not my concern. So I'm interested in something else, and as I presented you here, But homosexuality, for instance, issue is something that has been discussed and it has been approached very recently. I'm talking about Guinea-Bissau because if you go, for instance, to Cape Verde, you can find something more, and even here in Mozambique. But in that historical context and my objectives are others. I'm not saying that it can be maybe in the future something that I can work on, interesting, to see if there were or not this kind of relations beyond beyond this polarization, gender, woman, man, and so on. Okay, but it is not, unfortunately for you, I cannot help. Carlos, thank you. Well, I think it was intentional. If you could understand in my presentation, in fact, I didn't bring the representative voices, female voices in my presentation. I think it was intentional. It is intentional because my interest is to try to bring up and to discuss these marginalized voices, trajectories, and biographies. So that's why I talked about Nyarbat Ngada and the others. But if you, there is, yes, of course, representative like women like Josina Machel were here. We had Titina Sila, Ernestina Sila. That is an heroine of the liberation struggle, but of whom we still have to write biography. The only biography we have is from Carmen Pereira, that was written by a colleague, Odette Costa Smedo, which is from the literatures. Odette wrote Carmen Pereira's biography. It is published by the INEP, National Institute of Research in Guinea-Bissau. It's the only one. So this is a huge work that we still have to do. Professor Issa, I think your point, it's important. It's exactly what very modestly and individually I'm trying to do. Okay, so I think, yes, there is a feeling of betrayal that is something transversal to both the three contexts analyzed here today. And how to address, I think, yes, I agree that contradictions are part of our history and they should be addressing. How? This is also my concern because I'm also trying to look at the women as a social group. So how their own relations were within the contradictions within the female universe. That is something that we don't pay attention to very often. We just look at gender relations as women and men relations, but we just don't go inside the women universe and see what happens there. For instance, my interlocutors, many of them, told me about the contradictions and conflicts within women interrelationship between those representing the voices and those invisibilized. This is something, but it is something very delicate that still we have to go very slowly in this field because there still are, I think, our liberation struggle, even if we talk about half a century, 50 years almost, no, 50, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, 49 years, but still very recent, historically speaking, still very recent. So many memories are getting up, but we need to go slowly, and that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Putting on WhatsApp, okay? So we can hear more.
Acho que isso é
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So regarding the first question, thank you very
Okay.
much for the
Okay.
questions.
Okay, I'll
I
take care of
didn't
it.
talk about gender, and it was not por acaso. How do you say por acaso? It is because I talked about feminism. Because I rather talk about a feminist perspective, or among the many feminist perspectives. I'm trying to reflect on gender during the last years. But regarding what you said, I don't find information about that, but we know there were cases in Frelimo, but it was not my research. Perhaps it is something that we can analyze later on. And although I talked about women, it doesn't mean that we didn't interview men. We interviewed women and men that participated in the armed struggle. And they also talked about marginalization. It is something that we feel. As a matter of fact, in '86, and the history net has this information, Mozambique History Net. In '86, just I think one week after the assassination of Samora Machel and the group, there was a letter of the old fighters, Carta dos Antigos Combatentes, the letter of the old fighters, people from the armed struggle that were not happy. They were talking about abandonment, perhaps because they were not very literate. Yeah, so this is something that happened just after independence. We know, for example, that Samora Machel had to go to Moeda because people were saying, if you are there, it is because we put you there, but we can't take you out from there because you forgot about us. And this was a movement, at least in Cabo Delgado, as far as I can talk. Marginalization, yes, again and again, it is true. It is something that we can see in, at least in the countries in Southern Africa. We read from people from the INC, Zimbabwe, and so on. Everybody talks about abandonment, and not only women. They all talk about that. Those that are not in power, they talk about abandonment. This is what we can see from talking with them. The others normally reproduce the script. This is what we can say. Only in certain moments people can talk about certain things. And it is interesting, far away, what people say about Mondlane's death, about lots of things that happen. They have many other interpretations. And we have to understand this. Why? Why are there all these interpretations from people that are there? And they talk about it. They are not afraid of saying it. Regarding the archives, yes. As far as I know, after independence, they began with organizing. They received the archives from Tanzania. And these were the archives that we visited, that were in the process of being organized. In fact, I was looking to my monography, and most of the documents that I use are in Caixa Tal. How do you say Caixa? Box number 47, Department of Defense, and so on. It is all organized. But I don't know what happened. I don't know because it looks like the archive was privatized, like many things in this country, you know? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what happened. What happened and what is happening. It is not easy to access the archive. I don't believe you have the possibility because he has the right connection.
Livio is living, yes.
But
He's very
The
political.
whole country doesn't manage and medium.
No. I had a student that a PhD student, a public one, that had access to the Frelimo archive. But we wrote that she was, and it was 10 years ago, we wrote that she was a member of the Portuguese Communist Party, and then they allowed her to access. But other people have some problems. This is what I know. I don't know others because, for example, Yona Katu, that did the research on women in the armed struggle, she went to Niassa. She tried to access the Frelimo archives, and she was not allowed. She did the master and the PhD on women in the armed struggle, and her PhD is fantastic. It's a very good piece of work, but she couldn't access the archive. So we don't know what happened. We don't know if the documents are there, because we know very well many documents that were. Me and Teresa, this is the reason why we were afraid sometimes of being there, reading what was there. So it is something that we need to go on pushing to be organized, because it is part of Eduardo Mondlane University, but it is also part of Frelimo headquarters. So I don't know if they are organizing it, if they keep organizing it or not. But it is something that we need to talk about, although it's not very easy to talk with Frelimo. So let's see what we can do with Livio, perhaps.
Name of prophet in patria, as in Latin. And the prophet is to come from Subatra. No, excuse me. Jocelyn has the word, and then she asked for people to come and sit here when they ask questions.
So she can.
Jocelyn, would you like to make any comments, please?
Yeah, I mean, just to apologize that it was very hard to hear the questions. So I'm going to invent them so that I can answer them. Or maybe only answer some of them. I heard a bit of the first question. I think there was a question about militarism. And I wanted to say something about that in regard to gender as well as militarism as such, that militarized masculinities are incredibly diverse. There's no single version of this. And it's something that's produced partly through training. So we've been documenting the really strong differences that zebra soldiers felt between being trained by the Zambian Defense Forces and being trained by Cubans in Angola. And they came out of those experiences with completely different ideas about military masculinity that was embodied in the way that they saluted, in the way that they marched, in their attitude towards warfare, a whole series of things. So for the Cuban trained, the British style of the Zambian trained soldiers, Zebra soldiers, was effeminate. I mean, they thought it was not masculine. So they had real fights and debates about this that are fascinating. So military masculinities are not fixed, they're diverse, they're debated within armies, and that's typical of all armies. So there's a nice kind of complexity in that, where you see how these things aren't in any way fixed. And that, of course, applies to femininity as well in these contexts. I'm not going to try and tell the story of Zebra's women's battalion, because that's a very complicated story, but there's an interesting set of differences and parallels with the two cases in Guinea-Bissau and Mozambique, it's really fascinating to think of them comparatively because there are such strong differences between them. And then I just wanted to say something about post-independence militarism, and it partly gets at the point that Patricia was making about what is a militant, and in Zimbabwe certainly what is a soldier, and hence someone who's able to claim the status of a hero is someone who held a gun. It's very clearly politically defined as someone who held a gun, and even right at the moment, at the end of the war, when guerrillas were supposed to come into assembly points, people who did not meet that set of criteria were already being winnowed out, and that included women who had played the kind of supporting roles. They were defined as supporting roles that you were talking about, Patricia, and so they were excluded from the category of soldier. And that was really important in determining the rights that they could claim, from welfare rights, from participation in the post-independence military to public recognition. A whole series of things flowed from that definition of what a militant is. So thank you for pointing that out, Patricia, because it's a really important part of the consequences after independence of those kinds of definitions. Yeah, and then in Zimbabwean politics, militarism is very central to the claiming of political authority. So there's a set of political discourses around it. That the vote can't beat the bullet. That kind of language. Ultimately, your claim to rule is based on having been in the war directly, having fought in the war. That's still an ongoing set of contentious, obviously contested claims, but it's very much central to the ruling party's claim to authority. And then there's something I think which is slightly different, which is militarization. And that's where literally members of the military, of the Zimbabwe National Army, are moved into the civilian state structures. And that's happened on a huge scale since 2000. And it's really transformed the whole Zimbabwean state. So I think there's a number of different questions in there about military masculinities, about who's a militant, about militarism, and then about militarization that happens after independence. But a really fascinating set of questions. So I'll just leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Subhadra, Patricia, and Yusuf. But you have to sit here, please, Subhadra. And Jocelyn, we try to speak into the microphone. If need be, just interrupt us. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Actually, my comment is rather modest, but speaking from a feminist point of view, and I'm talking more to, of course, to you also. You see this marginalization of women, suppression of their voices. This is ubiquitous. Every movement, even Second World War, we had it in India after the liberation. But from the feminist point of view, there is a realization of transformation, an inner transformation. Even though these women were silenced, they were marginalized, they were asked to go back, yet they changed. And it has not been recorded in history. It has probably not been formally recognized, but literature has recognized it. Because I have read a lot of post-colonial literature where this inner transformation of women, that women changed, even if they went back to the home. It was not the same woman who had gone out. And then when she goes back, she is different. And literature has described this in very beautiful ways. In Indian literature, I have read it. So this is a point, I think, which you could take up, even when we are talking. Of course, the structural positions are not changed, but from the feminist point of view, the transformation of the woman herself, that and in what ways and how it then affects society, because as you very rightly said, we are not just talking of men and women, we are talking of entire societies. I think somewhere the social transformation goes in a certain, maybe not very dramatic, maybe not, but it happens. even in very subtle ways. That is.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Patricia, please.
You're completely fine.
And then,
Sorry to.
It's okay.
Jocelyn, can you hear us better like this?
Yes, yeah, it's great.
Okay, I'll be close to
Yeah.
Shara.
Mm.
I've got a question and for Patricia and a more general question maybe for everyone. I was very struck, Patricia, as I mentioned to you over coffee, that the way you work with images is very, very interesting because, and I was sort of brought here to talk about visual culture, wasn't I, Livio?
You are. indeed.
Okay. So I was very, very struck because you have a portrait of a former militant with her portrait. And it's a very meaningful image for her that she is holding in a certain way against her own body, which is dressed in a textile that immediately subverts a whole canon of art history based on West African studio photography. And it's an intimate connection she has with herself as she was. And it's very interesting if you could tell us more about who might have taken her portrait when she was a young militant and explore what the liberation movement and its people who took photographs within it thought they might have been trying to do. It might be very interesting. Your group photo at the pilot school in Conakry was also fascinating because, and there's a really wonderful book that's come out recently called School Photos in Liquid Time. And it's about the way heterogeneous individuals placed in school photos and group photos. There's a process of assimilation going on. There's a building of something more homogeneous that's also usually very ambivalent. So there might still be differences within that. So I would really recommend that. I'll send you the PDF. I think this is a really exciting possibility because apart from anything else, you are making them visible in new ways and putting them into our contemporary in just beautiful ways. So thank you very much for that. And I've got another general question. I'm so sorry to have my back to the room. It feels really weird.
Please do.
So in fact, we had a workshop recently in Cape Town, which was trying to work with another concept of the minor, M-I-N-O-R, which is what gives its, the root of minority and minoritization. And it partly builds on the work of Ajay Skaria, the Indian historian, and, with your injunction to us to develop our own frameworks. So I noticed there's so much discussion and use of the term marginalization in our discussions, and there are many different kinds of marginalizations. And what we found about this term minor that Skaria is working with is you can make a distinction between the sort of debates about the minor who is normally within your society or your group, but minor compared to the major or the dominant. But that's distinct from the subaltern who is not assimilated and inassimilable. So just a suggestion there, maybe there's some other concepts we can play with. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Very good. Thank you. First, I would like to start with a proposal following what Professor Issa said about archives. I think the archives in our countries are not places where you have access to documents. There are jails. There are places where our documents are jailed and where only certain people according to color of skin, money, daughter of some bank owner, whatever has access. So I think in this seminar, we should have a declaration and send it to UNESCO too, so we can liberate these documents which are jailed, because the only way to have access to documents and use them is to have free access, and we don't have. I've tried years and years with my students to go to the archives. It was always a problem. And in the end, now with this discussion, I understand that there was also an unfriendliness from the archives vis-a-vis the people who consulted. That's one thing. I have one question for Patricia. Do you know a guerrilla fighter, a woman from Guinea-Bissau called Nina? There was a photograph of her, photograph in PAIGC documents, etc. But I don't. So the second thing I would like to come to is this to the colleague from Oxford. She spoke about ZANU, she spoke about ZAPU, but there is no mention to ZIPA, because ZIPA was a creation. Zinash Mashumbura was the political commissar of ZIPRA, and ZIPRA was created because of the contradictions inside ZANLA, ZANU, inside ZIPRA, ZAPU, and in the end, I don't know what happened to them, they disappeared. The fat man, I'm fat, but I'm being, how do you say, ordinario. I'm just replying it because Mr. Nkomo was at the airport and I was asking him at the Maputo airport, President Nkomo, tell me what is your position about ZIPA? And he insulted us, me and other colleagues who were speaking to him. So I mean that there was also a lot of repression vis-a-vis these discussions. Then coming to militarism, etc., there are certain things which are part of the profession. I can't train anyone to go to a guerrilla war when he's not prepared to sleep in the middle of the bush, or, you know, there was a guerrilla, a Mozambican famous guerrilla commander who died with Para Machel. And he used to tell me, I said to him, look, now with the end of the war, it's easy to mobilize people. He said, no, it was easier during the war, because I would say, you have to dress in red or you will be killed by dressed in red. So I think that that's something which we have to talk about. And then there are other issues like the discourse of the parties, etc., and the way they have dealt with women and so on. The attitude towards women have been very, very exploitative. You know, before they said in the interviews we did in Cap Delgado, people would say, you know, a guerrilla needs a mant and a manta. When you come from the war, you need a manta, I don't know how do you say it in English.
A blanket.
A blanket, and you need an amanta. Amanta means a lover.
Mhm.
It's not a lover, probably someone to give him sexual services, whatever. But this is the mentality which still continues today. And that is something which marks very much the relationship between gender relationships, etc. We have to look at it and have this clear. Then there was a very important contribution of the liberation war in Mozambique to Zimbabwe, etc. And I would like to know if it's still maintained, which is the POVO system. The POVO system was something which we had in the liberated zones. There were caches of food, ammunition, etc. I think ANC used it. They didn't call it POVO system, but in Zimbabwe they called the POVO system. But after independence, this idea of POVO was incorporated in the ideology of ZANU and all these organizations, even in Zimbabwe, in South Africa. And when people criticized their governments in power and the parties in power, they always said, don't forget the POVO. And I think that is something which is important, and I would like to know how it is maintained. in Guinea-Bissau, I think that one has also to speak about the fascistization of the power, because I can't remember the name, but this person who made the coup d'etat and took all the, how do you say, todos os as medalhas the medals of Mário de Andrade. Buscardini, the famous Buscardini. Buscardini took all the. If they did this to Mário de Andrade, what they should have not done to women and to other soldiers, etc. So there is this history of repression, which is always there and which has to be discussed about, not only repression of men, women, children, but that is. I will stop there and just make a last comment, then you have to wait that I will develop it when I talk, is what happened to Maria. Maria is part of the people's imagination about the future of the war of the country, etc. And I think that you, in your interviews, etc., I'm sure you always found the reference to Maria, the daughter of God, because there is always this images and which are present in people's discourse about the present and their future and of the others. Thank you.
Perdi-me nessa da Maria, mas voltei.
Não, ainda deste, não leste o meu livro.
Sempre vais com a história da Maria.
Thank you so much for the wonderful questions, Subhadra, Patricia, and excuse me, just to organize time, before I give the words to the panel. Any more questions in the audience? Okay, if there are no more questions, please, Patricia. Still laughing.
Oh, respect. So, thank you very much for your more than answering. I think I just took your comments as contributions. Thank you, Subhadra. I think this is a very relevant point from the feminist point of view, this kind of social transformation that is that feminist theory approaches, and how far this can be helpful to understand this in my specific context of research. Yes, I think it has been very helpful so far, but I still need to go forward and to read more about, even about the Indian, because India is big. So some experiences, even from your own research experience, on this kind of conflict and who is speaking in the name of who. So I think this is something very important, because this can, if I will be able in my future research to demonstrate this, I'm working in how far this invisible voices between commas, because I don't know how far, in which way we can consider them invisible, and when, in what context, and when we can consider them not invisible, because it depends also on the power relations, on the specific context, even within the liberation struggle context that lasted for 11 years. So it's a very large time, in terms of years. So yes, this is a process, so I'm in it. Shut up, Patricia, thank you so much. We already talked about that. Who put what I can say that is that I believe that iconography can be of help, or images in this case are very important for me, as I'm using also films, cinematography. So Flora Gomes films are helping me a lot to understand what emancipation was about in that context, because he addressed so many things in our film, as well as literature. For instance, more lately, I've been using some literature, some books of literature that are helping me to understand this relationship and this thing. I know who portray these young girls maybe in the context of liberation struggle. This is a very interesting but very challenging point, because I know I know two photographers. One is Finnish photographer, whose name I don't remember, that was within that context, but we have to go after this. I don't know, I'm in this process. I'm just trying to look at the pictures, the photos I brought here are taken from me and or personal archives of my interlocutors. So that is the documents that I use. There is also a photographer, an Italian photographer, a woman, that was Amilcar Cabral's friend, Bruna Palomelli, but that took much of the images that we saw even in Fundação Mário Soares of Lisbon, where you found a good part of documents on the PGC are from Bruna Palomelli. But this is something that we should research. We still have to understand, because images talks a lot. And well, I will thank you. So if you can you suggested a book, and we can talk then. If you can send me the references, I will be very grateful. Thank you.
Professor Casimiro.
And sorry, just to finish, Professor Yusuf Adam, history of art. I don't know Nina, so if you know much, I don't know her. I don't know who is her. So, but we still have to research about so many former combatants that we still don't know. That is a work of an archaeological work. Is that what I was saying? Historical work that we have to go after. This is a huge research work that needs a huge important research projects. Cannot be done just by one person, as I'm doing. That's why I believe, on one hand, it is necessary maybe to think about, we already had an experience with Isabel, but comparative perspectives are of extremely importance in this, because it can allow us not only to understand better our own context, because it's not evident that we do, and on the other hand, to know each other's works, because this experience maybe allowed me to really understand what were the complexities here in Mozambique on females' participation in the liberation. the history of repression, we still need, that is a big point, an important point, yes. So all things that you said, yes, but I think it's an argument for another session, maybe. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, photos are very important. We always do that, for example, while doing research. And even in 2018 was that in Niassa, we were taking photos for the former guerrilla bases and so on. It is really very important. And for example, I'm thinking about the book that Yona Katu wrote to give back to the women and men she interviewed. It's very beautiful. She edited and she paid it. It is a book with the photos and interviews. It is called the Grannies of the Revolution. I think it is very interesting. And she went back to Niassa and she gave back. I remember when we were doing research, people were saying, there was a white woman here. She told us that she would come back. We don't believe, but she went back and she took a book to each one of the women. It is important for them. Yeah. The situation changed the lives of people. It is true. Although the armed struggle lasts only 10 years. 10 years is so little time.
No, it's not.
It's not too much. But it is true that change. Although in many cases, women, said, now I'm married and I am in this situation as a married woman. It looks like nothing happened in my life. So, yeah. And a very interesting thing that we found in 80 and then in 2018 or 80 and 2018 was women saying, yes, now I feel myself like a man.
Okay.
Because I can do everything that men do. I am not like a simple woman anymore. Very interesting. I forgot to talk about heroines, it was a previous question. We have one, only one. It is Josina Machel, and it is very interesting when we were interviewing young women about the revolution, about the armed struggle. They were saying, we know nothing about that. These people don't talk to us. They are like the Cinderellas of the revolution. And some of our papers are the Cinderellas of Mozambique. How can you translate Cinderella? Yeah, because they feel that it was something that happened and didn't last. For the young generation, they don't have this contact with the older ones. And for Josina was considered a Cinderella, I think she's the only heroine we have because she died. She was ill and she died. And because she was the wife of Samora Machel. We have many other women that fought, that were very important during the armed struggle. And up to now, no one talks about them. I heard from Professor Isa that some women decided to honor Josina. Perhaps it is in the day that she died, 7th April, in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam. It is very interesting because she lived there, she worked there as she worked in the liberated zones. But she's the only one that we talk about. Women, the only woman. And I stop by saying that it is the militarization of society with a good army, because we have an army that make us black. Okay. I don't have more comments. No.
Before we give the word to Jocelyn, I addressed already, we have more time for questions. So if people want to think of brilliant questions as the one we had already, please come up. But Professor Jocelyn.
Jocelyn.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me again? Is it okay? Okay, yes. So thank you for those questions. It's been so great to hear everybody engaging. I really appreciated the question about post-colonial literature and how important that is as a means of exploring, especially the feminist point of view. And I would just like to say that there are some fantastic novelists writing in Zimbabwe about precisely that. And I think they've said some of the most interesting things of anybody about the effects of the war on gender, and have had some of the most imaginative ways of exploring those effects. Yvonne Vera and Nobuya Rosa Chuma more recently have written really beautifully about those kinds of questions. So absolutely second that. It's also interesting that women veterans are not writing. I mean, there's this profusion of memoirs being written now by veterans, I think across the region. There's probably 15 to 20 ZIPRA veteran memoirs now written in the last 15 years, 20 years. But there's not a single woman among them. And that's quite interesting. So one of the things we've been doing, is interesting to hear about Jonna Cato taking back her book to the women she was interviewing. We've been doing that in Bulawayo with our interviews, collaborating with local historians and veterans groups to produce physical books for people. And that's been incredibly important in terms of our interactions with this community of people. So we did one with Matembe Hadebe called Yitilaba, which is about women veterans. And it's literally just a collection of oral histories and photographs. And it was rapturously received. And we're going to do more work on that. We're just doing another volume on another topic. So that's, I think, an incredibly important part of the practice of research and maintaining sort of engaged with the communities that you're writing about. Yeah, I appreciated the idea of the archive as a jail, but at least in Mozambique, you've got a prisoner in your jail. So in Zapu's case, the archive was disappeared. So it's a different form of a repressive archive. So the archive is we don't even know if it still exists. So that's another set of challenges. And then, yeah, just to briefly remark on Zipa. Zipa was absolutely central to the story I was telling. Zipa, in Zipra's account of itself, is a huge moment of betrayal and violence. And that's really where that training regime I was describing comes from. It was from the experience of surviving Zipa. So Zipra's account of Zipa, and I'm sorry, these acronyms make it hard to talk without creating confusion, but Zipra's view of Zipa it couldn't be more different than Zanla's view. It couldn't be more different than the ZANU nationalist view. It couldn't be more different than Tanzania's view or Frelimo's view. So I was trying to get that story into my account as a way of explaining the development of Zipra's military culture, and also the way that these stories have continued to circulate and be reproduced in Bulawayo, up to today. But thank you for those questions.
Professor Livio. Hello.
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes. Any more questions?
People
are I was thinking, yeah. No, but we have time because there is no lunch here. So
so your point is that there is
think of something interesting to say. I was thinking of recently. I was at the celebration of honoring of is it 40 years? I'm a bit lost of Samora's killing or death, and I saw Madina Pachimapa speaking. So perhaps just thinking in terms of course, Josina she's been celebrated to a different extent, but I know that there are other, although this is not my work, I came across other names of perhaps you can comment on that. At least I saw Martina Passionapa giving a depoimento, storytelling. Excuse me, there is an, okay, this was just a small comment. Who is it? There is a question? Yes, please. But you have to come to the fore. Speak. We have here. We have a microphone. We have a microphone. Okay, we do that after lunch. Better because we have.
Right. So I have a question for Jocelyn. Right. It's on verifying because you mentioned that Zipra archive first was it had to be stolen, some of the archives. In ZANU-PF narratives, there's a trend of within countering of what has been written or interviews that have been done before. So you find with the ZAPU, you have like Chenjerai Hunji, who claimed to have been a war veteran, and then the wife had written a memoir, of course, using a pseudonym called White Slave, and then she countered that my husband never held a gun in his life, and even when he claims that he has been a war veteran, he has never done anything that is significant. So within the work that you're doing, are you also checking the issues of memory and how it can be subjective, and some people can also do forms of self-making and try to insert themselves in the narrative? Thank you.
Okay.
What
about?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, Marina Pashinwapa was part of one of the first groups that trained. She was there like Paulina Mateus, Monica Chitupila, one of the three women that were interviewed for the Guerrilla Grannies movie. There are many. Teresa Tembo was one of the heads of the women's organization. Diolinda Geziman. Huh?
Pamela Marcelino was a big organizer.
Pamela Marcelino. Yeah, okay, but she.
Yes,
Amelia Neves also trained, like. Okay, yes. Yeah, there are many. Yes, it is true. There are many women, we know all of them, but the fact is that Josina is the only one that appears as a how do you say, heroine. And I was telling about the story of Teresa Tembo. She was carrying material, war material. She arrived to the end. She delivered the material. She was with the baby. When she looked to the baby was dead. No, it's a terrible story, but no one talks about Teresa Tembo. So, okay, what is it an heroine, and why do we need to have these Cinderellas, like the woman said? Yeah, but this is a provocation.
Just before we give the word to Jocelyn, can I say something?
Sure, let's speak.
Just to say that another thing that I think it's important is, for instance, monuments. Just in honor to our former combatants, our heroes or heroines, those who participated and who contributed for this process. And in my country, for example, it is it's evident that there is an invisibility, almost total, of women in this. So we don't see monuments, statues, just in honor of this person. So I think it's a question of acknowledgement of what they have been the voice, I don't have voice, of restoring their dignity as human beings and those who give their lives for this, for the nation building process. I think it's something that we should pay attention to if we want to construct peace in our countries. I think it's something very important. This peace building process that in several occasions in my country, which is has faced so many conflicts. So I think history is important and can contribute in a particular way for peace building process. So thank you.
At least we have 2 monuments.
We have few of them, but still very few.
For women.
Yes.
We have
still very few.
women's organization place and the
Jocelyn.
Yeah, Jocelyn and then Colin.
Jocelyn.
Okay, thank you. So I think I just had one thing to respond to the question. I'm not sure it was who it was from, but it was nice to see you. It was about self-making in sort of veteran stories. That's really centrally part of what we're looking at, and that it's part of this profusion of narratives now through memoir, but also through state media. So the state media is producing oral histories in a kind of interview format on a weekly basis of veterans. And this has become a major kind of engine of self-making among veterans who get to tell their stories in these public forums. But what it's done also is created a huge debate. And that's what I was calling the sort of call and response, that things are never resolved because someone says, here's my story. This is what I saw. This is what I did. Then the next week, someone will come and say, the person last week, I was there, and that's not what happened. So they will directly contest previous stories. And that's also happening through the medium of the memoir. So no one is being allowed to just rest on their laurels and claim their story. They're constantly being challenged by new accounts that are coming out. And what's so fascinating is just the sheer quantity of them now. It's been an incredibly productive time in terms of those stories. But yeah, many of them are fantastical. There are things that literally couldn't have happened. But that's as you're suggesting, a part of a particular kind of self-making. Chenjerai Hunzui is a fascinating example because he rose to sort of notoriety amidst that mobilization of war veterans from the top by ZANU-PF. And he was, as a medical doctor, one of the people who I don't know if I've been cut off again. The picture's frozen.
Okay, do you want me to switch to WhatsApp with that, or shall we?
I don't know.
We should stop. No, there is.
I think I'm back. Okay, just to, I don't really need to say any more about that, but just to affirm what the speaker was asking, that yes, self-making is an absolutely central part of these narratives. And they're very politically important too, in terms of what you can claim, as a citizen and as a member of particular groups. So that's absolutely central to the process. So yeah, thank you.
It strikes me that we're running a risk. It's not a big risk. Colin Darch. We're running a risk of looking at the liberation struggle from one side, which is the side of Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau and so on. And if we want to construct a really gendered history, I'm wondering if there's been any attempt at all to hear the voices of women who were important Portugal or of settler women who supported the colonial power, because fascist Portugal clearly was an extremely patriarchal society. And that's a whole another group of voices which were silenced and I think have remained silenced. So I'm wondering, my question is whether there's any attempt to open a space for those women to be heard. Thank you.
And if I can add a small thing, it's amazing how gender is present well, it's amazing, it's obvious in the archive of the secret Portuguese police. If there is something genderized, I have this pleasure for spending a lot of time in those archives. And it's amazing how gender, if not pornography, is part of it, very strongly.
Didn't know that. Okay, interesting. So, yes, what Professor Colin totally, this is a good point. Yes, there is an attempt, and in my case, of course, I'm talking about what from my research work. I consider that yes, I think the gender history should include, of course, other experiences, not only what was happening, even because in the case of Guinea-Bissau liberation struggle, we had the diaspora struggling in other parts in Portugal, in Angola, even here in Mozambique, so and in other parts of the world. So yes, there is an attempt, even in Italy, for instance. And other thing that I think it's interesting is to look at other women's movement, for instance, progressist movements in Europe, for example, helping how they collaborate with the liberation movements also, and not only other women's movements around the world, and to see how this can be helpful to understand this gendered history. So yes, but still a work to be done in my case. Ok, Isabela.
Deixa eu não ver se eu entendi. Tu estás a falar de pessoa. Sorry, it is a way of understanding.
Eu estava a pensar em mulheres que eram ao lado de portugueses.
Okay, this is what I understood. Yeah, this is what I understood. Yeah, okay. This is what I understood. I know that someone in Portugal is doing this research. I don't remember her name, but she's well known. She's interviewing women in the other side of the war. In my case, I remember that they interviewed two women that had been involved in the movement International feminine. How do you call feminine national movement that was very tied to PID and to the Portuguese government. And these women normally supported the Portuguese military. And they were involved in the letters, the letters that were sent to the soldiers and so on. I interviewed two of them, asking them, no, they were Portuguese, not Mozambican. But there were Mozambican women, I'm sure, but I interviewed Portuguese women that did that. And they were explaining we were supporting our soldiers that were fighting for Portugal and so on. They were talking about what they did in those days, because many people were pro the war undertaken by Portugal against the terror. And other things I read in the newspapers, because this was all in the newspapers about their work. But I know that this Portuguese woman, what is it? Lydia George, and there is another one, Teresa, but I don't remember now. She did a research on this. I will remember and I will tell you. It is important. Many of them were involved in the letters, and it was not letters, telegramas, não era telegramas, what was the name that we, yeah.
Eram cartas, eram mandadas.
Yeah. From the families to the soldiers. Yeah.
You own those memes. Mandar all memes.
Yeah. They sent things, cakes, and yeah, it is true. But they were trying to maintain their morale. It is what they used to say, maintain their morale while being in duty, defending the Portuguese Empire.
Jocelyn?
I just want to make one quick comment on your comment, Livio, about the gender in the sort of state's archive, in the state's repressive archives. I really wish people would write more about those archives as sort of forms of knowledge, because I find they just get used as a source to be mined, and rather than a source that needs to be considered, you know, as a formation in itself. And I would absolutely love to read it if you've written something about gender in the PED archives. You know, I'm sure that would be incredibly fascinating. The same could be said about special branch archives and the South African archives. You know, they're often just mined rather than treated as things that express a sort of particular set of ideas and about social relations, among other things. So yeah, thank you for that.
Can I say something in my defense? Now, because my name has been mentioned as a person who's able to get access to archives.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's been ridiculous. Negotiation lasting 4 years, give and take, based on some of the people are here. Some of my students, our students have been very important in opening up the archive, making it accessible in the archive, up to negotiate my position. There's only certain parts of the documents that get access. So it's no, I deserve, no, you can ask me how I did it, but don't assume that people will get access to the Frelimo archive. Have to do something in exchange for that. I didn't do anything in exchange for that. Neither am I prepared to be subject to any form of censorship. You know me. But there are certain people with a certain political pedigree, certainly applies to me. That certainly plays a role. My communist, not so long distant past and present, certainly has played a role in as much as he paid Piero Glacius access to the Cuban archive. It's the only person who had access to the Italian former communist, Piero Glacius. I mean, these are people with a specific pedigree and curriculum. That's second. So you can judge my past, but which is certainly just. But there's not that I did anything in exchange or that I'm part of. I'm much completely unrelated to Frelimo. I wish I were more related so I could get more access to it, but it's not my case. There is a selection and there is a local negotiation. People have experience with archive, proper historians, not sham historians as I am, since I'm an anthropologist. I'm very bad at historical research. Know that every archive requires negotiation. And the more you work in the global south, the more the same applies to Brazilian archive. So there is a different, there is censorship, there is selection, there is a way of dealing with the archivist, which is a lifestyle of itself. Zamparoni tells me things about you need to have a certain flair, you need to know the codes. I'm becoming an expert on that. This is true. But you know, because otherwise we demonize the situation which is still accessible, which doesn't mean that we could perhaps conclude with an open letter to the archives of this part of Africa, as it seems to suggest. This is, I think, something like that, or a public statement. Like yes.
There's one point.
Lisa, please have to sit here, unless you shout as I did.
I speak loudly because I don't want to show my back.
Nothing happens to you. You get stuck on the.
Yes, I was thinking that's what I meant. That in spite of the fact that they're sort of coming back, join the system, there must have been internal transformation. I get the point. It's a very point as a hypothesis to go forward. But when you are talking, another analogy came to my mind, which might be useful, maybe not be useful, which is that in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, much of the radical left, we believe, a la Fanon, was why you misunderstood. The armed struggle acts as a purgative. As a cleansing. As a what? As a purgative, as a cleansing process, right?
Yeah.
Then if you go to the armed struggle, you somehow get transformed and become a new man or new woman, and but that didn't happen. And that does not happen. Okay? And probably misunderstood one. Because the having political process without armed struggle, which has done greater transformation than armed struggle. So these individuals, these groups, the fighting, only armed struggle, the way once the struggle was victorious, the way they sort of got into the system, unimaginable, right? They didn't record the armed struggle. It's not whatever they crossed there, you know.
Actually, I was thinking more in terms of India, where a non-armed struggle actually led to a much larger scale.
Yeah.
And because the women's struggle, I mean, the whole feminist perspective in India locates much of the transformation of women in the independence struggle. But in that case, it was not announced.
Yeah.
It was the Gandhian
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an important point.
Yes, Jocelyn, you want to ask something?
Jocelyn, do you want to say or ask something? Your microphone is off.
No, I'm fine, thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Video. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, come this way.
Yeah, Jocelyn, thank you so much for your presence. Hopefully, we will move on to less virtual presence in the future. I hope that this network stays and that there will be opportunity for us to meet. So we will have, we reconvene at 2 o'clock. There is lunch in 10 minutes. That's the promise. My food is tired. And we have enough time for lunch. And in principle, 2 p.m. we go back, and then the institute will share the. Thank you so much for everybody. It was a brilliant session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Jocelyn.
Bye-bye.
So you can say upstairs. Bem, passa o prato lá em cima,
Unmute and
I can show later.
recording.
Okay.
Okay, we are on. So Uta's first.
Stay.
Uta.
Then we move the position of the
Ok.
Lido, un microfono per di poi sta pronto. Un microfono sta pronto.
Open the session, there's nothing to say.
Yeah.
Okay, Uta, you can start.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
You wanna inaugurate this?
Inaugurate. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, now everybody is ready. The mic. Good afternoon. Everybody had lunch finally, and we are going to continue. We have a wonderful panel this afternoon, so nobody will fall asleep after lunch, late lunch. Here I am. About the forerunners, going a little bit back in history. Kenyatta, Sangor, and Gandhi. But I think the order will be changed a little bit, and we will start with Suhara Chana. We'll talk about the spiritual guru or political leader.
Okay. Did I start? That's it? You don't want to say anything more?
Was not really.
I have to speak into the mic. I cannot
I'm not
speak
sure
like that.
about.
Oh my God.
Hello? Is that okay? Okay. So, well, I am not a historian, I am not a biographer. I am an anthropologist and somebody who is interested in gender and marginalization. So, well, my kind of a biography might be quite different from what we have had, say, from our keynote speaker, who I'm in so much awe that I am not even feeling like reading my paper. So I have, I feel that there is an intersection of a biography with the biographer as well. Because everybody has certain questions in mind, a certain perspective. There are things that you are wanting to find out, which somebody else may not. So my writing is also intersected by my own interests and my own background, academic and whatever. And one thing that I want to say before I start reading the paper is that Gandhi is someone whom I have known. I mean, of course, I was born after he died, but somebody I have known from my family. He was a part of my upbringing. My father was a staunch Gandhian, and he used to wear Western clothes. But when Gandhi died, he attended the funeral and he came back and he threw away all his Western clothes, and for the rest of his life, he wore very simple Indian clothes that I have never seen him in shoes, because I was born after that. I have never seen him wearing shoes or anything like that. He wore simple dhoti and kurta. So he was a professor of English literature. Anyway, so that was, he was known for his Shakespeare's teaching. Anyway, so the fact is that I always knew Gandhi in a way as I was growing. My mother would constantly tell me about her experiences because they were both, my parents, like most people in those days who belonged to a particular level of family, were participants in the freedom struggle. And my mother had been attending, and of course my parents, and she used to tell me how she sat behind Gandhi and she had a very great urge to scratch his ears. I don't know why. She used to say, we had, I was sitting behind him and he had these nice big ears and I wanted to scratch them. So this is the way, and little things, always Gandhi did this, Gandhi did that, this is what he said. So he was kind of internalized into me in that sense, but not, of course, in a scholarly or literary or, historical way. So the question that I had in my mind was, what made him so great? How did he draw so many people to him? How were thousands and millions of people walking on the road just because he was walking? And of course, while growing up and otherwise, we all know, all Indians know, that Gandhi was never just a political leader to Indians. He was, and he still is, venerated as a saint, as a sage. Now, at this stage, when I, as Isa Shivji said, you have to have a critical, analytical approach. So my critical question that I had in mind was, how necessary was it for Gandhi to have had the image of a renouncer or a sage? Would it have been possible for him to lead millions of Indians who always owe maximum allegiance to a spiritual guru than to political leader? I'm talking about the ethos of the Indian people. So for them, a spiritual guru is always above than any political figure. So no matter how charismatic, so the charisma of a politics does not supersede the spiritual charisma. So would he have been able to do that if he did not have the image of a spiritual leader? Now, spirituality demands, and the answers that I had in my mind was that possibly spirituality demands submission. It is beyond the level of rationality. The way Gandhi could persuade millions of people to follow him in his Dandi march, that is the salt satyagraha, and also persuade them to rise to impossible heights, like not retaliating with violence when beaten or hit by sticks, or even by batons. For the Indian masses, it was not possible to relate only to speeches by political leaders. The Indian people over centuries and by tradition had accepted the rulers, any ruler, only according to their deeds and given them divine or near divine status. Since India was a fragmented agglomeration of feudal states, the concept that is at the time of when these movements were going on, yet at that time there was no idea of an Indian nation. There were, as you know, multiple principalities, number of kings, chiefs, chieftains, kingdoms, so on and so forth. So the concept of a nation, which really emerged during the freedom struggle, was relatively unknown to most. So that what I'm trying to say is that Indian people were not motivated initially by the concept of nationhood or freedom in that sense, because they didn't have that concept. So in fact, to bring this consciousness, to make some kind of image, a construct, as Benedict Anderson has said, the nation has to be imagined. The nation was imagined in the form of a goddess, mother goddess, Bharat Mata, as we see. And this was also, she was deified in terms of a painting which was made by a very famous Indian painter called Abanindranath Tagore. And the original of it still lies in the Victoria Memorial Museum in Calcutta. And so this mother symbolism became the key symbolism to kind of unite the people to imagine what the nation would be. And this is I mean, I'm trying to relate the spirituality concept to the concept of nationhood, that the masses could not imagine a nation as a map or, a flag. What they could initially imagine the nation was only as a goddess. And actually, worship was, she was worshipped like any other icon in a temple. And okay. So for Gandhi, there would have been no better image to cast himself than in the image of a saint. So even today, when Indians speak about Gandhism, it is to talk about moral values and a specific way of life. Gandhi is symbolic of not just a political struggle, but the establishment of an entire mode of non-violent protest, possibly never seen before in history. Even today, many highly successful protests and mass participation of civic society is made possible only through the Gandhian methods. The latest of which is very recent, was staged by a community of Muslim women in Delhi against the Citizenship Amendment Act. These women just camped on the roads non-violently till, of course, the pandemic came and saved the state. So under, of course, the pandemic laws, they had to go back into their homes. Therefore, the conjunction of the nation resurrected as a mother, goddess, and the father of the nation as an ascetic, a spiritual leader, a Mahatma, was a necessity that perhaps motivated Gandhi to take on the role of the naked fakir, as he was known. Gandhi therefore needs to be understood against the backdrop of the Indian ethos, as well as the social and geopolitical realities of the subcontinent. A region marked by its immense diversity could only be pulled together by a superhuman imagery. And as we know, people who have worked on religion like Clifford Geertz and Emil Durkheim have given us the concept of the sacred and what is the power of the sacred, the motivating power of the sacred, because the sacred lies in a realm beyond reason. And even today, Mr. Narendra Modi is also making some kind of efforts to appear as a spiritual leader because he has grown his white beard and, but of course, nobody takes him seriously in that group. Yeah, because he lives a very conspicuous consumption lifestyle. Now, to begin with, I just now summarize some of the early, who was he? On 2nd October 1869, the fourth child of Putli Bai and Karamchand Gandhi was born in the small town of Porbandar in the western coastal region of India. No one knew at that time that this date, that is 2nd October, would forever be declared as a national holiday in India to mark the birth anniversary of a man who would be recognized as the father of the Indian nation. It was an upper middle class household with enough resources, and Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi grew up in a comfortable home, but with a strict moral upbringing that restricted him to be a vegetarian and teetotaler for the rest of his life. His mother belonged to a sect. Hinduism is a very varied kind of a religion. I mean, if you can call it a religion. But there are many people who believe in many different things. Now, what his mother believed in was that the Quran, the Bible, and the Hindu texts are identical and that they all lead to the same divinity. At the same time, she believed strongly in self-control and a truthful life. It is her life of frequent and prolonged fasting that inspired Gandhi in his later life to indulge in fasts that lasted for long periods of time. He also learned self-control and a lifestyle based not on indulgence but on austerity and renunciations. From his biographies, one gets a glimpse of a hyperactive and rebellious childhood, perhaps indicating an adulthood that would seek to flout norms and set its own boundaries. Belonging to an upper class and caste family in the late 19th century in Gujarat, he was engaged to a girl, Kastur, from a rich and aristocratic family. She was a few months older to him and they were betrothed when they were 6 years old. The marriage took place when they entered their teens. At the age of 13, Gandhi was a precocious and libidinal young adult who entered into active sexual relations with his teen bride almost immediately. But this sexuality was driven by lust and patriarchal values of control rather than by any feelings of affection. Writing about his sexual life, the psychoanalyst Erik Erikson writes that one thing is devastatingly certain, nowhere is there any suggestion of joyful intimacy. From teenage libidinous interest to feelings of guilt about sex is what haunted Gandhi in his married life. The guilt arose from the fact that when his father died, Gandhi was engaged in sex with his wife rather than being at his bedside like a dutiful son. All his life, this led to strained relation between him and his eldest son, whom he considered as born in sin. Gandhi remained unusually strict and aloof from his firstborn that resulted in the latter becoming a delinquent and social dropout. Although Gandhi always advocated for equality between husband and wife, in his relationship with Kasturba, he displays an ambivalence that is not shown by him in any other aspect of his life. He always considered her to be stronger than him, but also expected her to comply to all his whims. He forced her into an asexual ascetic life when he felt that he should devote himself to a life of devotion and service to humanity. He told his wife bluntly when they were in their early 30s and after the birth of their fourth child that they would henceforth live as friends but with no sexual relationship at all. She, the devout Hindu wife, agreed to his proposal with no protest. But Kasturba was not always compliant with all his desires. She had refused point blank to take up studies and become educated, a fact that continued to bother Gandhi for the rest of their lives. He always regretted that he could not bring enough domination on his wife to educate her. He also attributed this failure to the sexual attraction that he felt for her and which prevented him from being too strict. He had remarked that if he had maintained an asexual stance, his wife would have become an educated woman. Gandhi, the great leader, was neither a particularly good son nor a good father for his own sons. Although his relation with his wife was very strong and lasted their lifetime, it was perhaps the extraordinary power of endurance from her side rather than any kind of tenderness from his that led to their bonding. She was proud to be his wife because, like everyone else, she too considered him to be a great soul, a person to be admired and worshipped more than to be loved. As described by Erikson, it was a relationship with his mother that Erikson is the psychoanalyst. It was a relationship with his mother that had the greatest influence on his life. During his life in England, when he was living alone, he learned to cook for himself as vegetarian food to his liking was not available. He was also a good householder. This self-sufficiency was also a key to his later political and social life. He tried hard to retain all the values that his mother had taught him, and his recourse to satyagraha, a peaceful form of protest through fasting, was inspired by his mother's teachings. In this way, Gandhi was akin to many other Indian men in whose lives mothers continue to play a most crucial role. I have described this in my own book on gender. Education. The educational system of British India, into which Gandhi was born and educated, had a distinct character. The British found in India a vast, complex, and extremely wealthy colony and realized that to control this empire, they needed local cooperation. The Indian society was already fully urbanized and ruled by elite groups, a situation that the British found much to their liking as it reflected their own hierarchical system. They successfully managed to rule India through its own elite, but they needed to manipulate the elite to cooperate with them as against the interests of their own people. The best method that they could devise was to achieve this goal with least conflict was to somehow control the people's minds, rather than try to dominate them by force alone. This was a great conspiracy of the empire, one that was operationalized through the scheme of an educational policy, largely the brainchild of Lord Thomas Babington Macaulay. As Benedict Anderson has described, Macaulay's project was to convert Indians to Englishmen in their minds and attitudes, a transformation that was directed to get them to owe allegiance to the British from their own hearts and voluntarily. He wished to raise a generation of educated Indian middle class who would be, to quote, Indian in origin but culturally English. However, although this project of formal education in the English language did produce a generation of what in India is known as the Brown Sahibs, and who helped Pax Britannia rule India by being loyal to the crown and serving the British diligently, the very same education also produced dissidents and the leaders of the Quit India movement. They were also similarly educated. So it went in two ways. Gandhi obtained his legal degree and license to practice from the Lincoln's Inn in London. And his higher education in England added to the cosmopolitan dimensions of his personality. He learned Latin and French and added to his existing knowledge of English and mother tongue Gujarati and Hindi. He was a proficient linguist. He became an erudite scholar, writing large numbers of volumes in later life, much of it autobiographical. The initial emergence of a personality after completing education in England was that of a dandy, a perfectly dressed English gentleman conforming to the image of Indian by birth and English by heart, conceptualized by Macaulay. But all that changed after he established himself in his very successful practice in South Africa. From here, the realization of the racism of colonial rule and the ignominy of being a colonial subject began to draw upon him. The seeds of dissent against external colonization began to be sown in his heart from here itself. In this, he was among many other highly educated and qualified Indians who saw light and realized their subordinate position as a result of the Western education. Well, I have a section on where I've talked about how Indians conceptualize authority. I'm not going to read all that because that will be too long. But basically, see, India has been ruled by wave after wave of people. Different people. First, the Greeks came, they established some small kingdoms, they went back. Then came the Persians, then came there were insurgents, people who came in from Turkey, Iran, Central Asia. So they all had their kingdoms. The Arabs settled on the west and south from 8th and 9th century. Then, there was like kingdoms coming and going, different ethnic, different religion. But for the masses, and this is what the masses of the people in rural village, they had no connect to that. To them, the ruler was somebody. He was always different, never like them. So whether it was white or black or English or Muslim, or it made no difference to them. What made a difference to them was what in India we call as the dharma. Dharma means appropriate behavior, conduct, the moral aspect of the ruler. What did the people expect from the rulers was a benign paternalism. The word that the masses in India use for anybody in authority, including the ruler, is my baap. My baap means my parents, my mother and my father. Like even now, somebody who is subordinated to you will tell and come on, please help me. I need help. I need some money. You are my baap. Now, so you cast a person in authority in that hierarchy, not as a person who is coercive, but as a person who is protective, taking care of you. And actually, the whole caste system works on this principle, that the upper caste are actually, by their dharma, supposed to take care of the lower caste, servants, and so on and so forth. This is an ingrained value system of morality. So, when the masses, even when the British came, it didn't make much difference to the ordinary people, who went about their own work because there were Mughals were there. Then the British came, so it was a different kind of my baap. But what they really expected was that they should be good to them. So as long as they were good and in any context, and this is also reflected in the kind of leadership that is expected by the masses, not just who is ruling, but if anybody they want to legitimize as a ruler. For example, India, Paul Brass, he has written that it is a recurring feature of Indian political history that only a charismatic leader with a simple appeal can unite the subcontinent or any of its larger people for a political purpose. So you get, this is a charismatic leader with a simple appeal. Although Brass does not elaborate on what he considers as a simple appeal, an analysis of the manner in which people assign legitimacy to their rulers bring us to this phrase, Maiba, that is what I feel, or parent, that explains in a nutshell how the ruler is viewed. India, having been an ancient civilization with some of the earliest cities in the world like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, the duties of a king or ruler have been elaborated in its classical texts quite explicit. The illiterate and less educated masses still form the bulk of India's population, imbibe their vision and expectations of an ideal ruler from the oral traditions and religious performances such as the Ram Leela. Now, the Ram Leela is a kind of a theatrical performance which goes on for 9 days of the Navratris, and it tells the story, enacts the story which you can call as a key scenario in terms of symbolic theory, a key scenario which enacts the story of what an ideal ruler should be like, because Ram is supposed to be an ideal ruler. So, and what is the ideal about him? Ram is shown as democratic and just, giving an ear to the humblest of his people. An ideal ruler also enhances his prestige by leading an ascetic life and devoting himself to the care of his people. The word seva, meaning service with devotion, is often evoked as the ideal dharma or duty of the ruler towards his people. So therefore, a charismatic leader in India would go very well with this concept of a spiritual leader, a benign and benevolent leader. And Gandhi was able to cast himself in this role with great aptitude. He was truly spiritual, but with this, this worldly rather than otherworldly spiritualism. And this is a very important point, that his spirituality was this world. He was not just looking for liberation, of the soul. What he was looking for was social reform. At the same time, he was an astute politician, a rational and highly intelligent lawyer, as well as a man of noble vision. So we see a lot of contradictory streams that come and join into his personality. The making of the Mahatma. I have borrowed this subtitle from a film of this name that showed how Gandhi turned into an ascetic from a highly materially successful lawyer. Many people have a critical turning point event in their lives that changed them forever. For Gandhi, it was a train ride in Pretoria that proved to be that turning point when he became painfully aware of the racism, subordination, and humiliation of being colonized. At that time, he was one of the most successful lawyers in South Africa and had bought a first-class train ticket to travel in Pretoria. But he was unceremoniously thrown out on the platform by a white guard who could not accept that a black man could travel in first class. This shock to a man who considered himself highly educated, rich, and professionally established to realize that his skin color and his subordinate political identity could render him a pariah was enormous. That was a big shock. In a flash almost, he realized that he needs to break out of these shackles, reorganize his life, and devote himself to liberating all people from colonial rule. These feelings were compounded when he saw the indifference of the whites towards the black bodies when they refused to give any treatment to the wounded Zulus during the war with the Zulus. Gandhi organized peace corps to tend to them. At this time, he also finally decided to give up on all material things and embrace celibacy. He and his wife were both 31 years old and parents to 4 sons. He thereafter moved his family to an ashram where everyone led a life of strict austerity and physical toil. There were two ashrams, one was called Tolstoy and one was called Phoenix. Everything that was consumed was grown in the ashram, and there was also complete equality and sharing. From this point in his life, Gandhi's only aim was to transcend the corporeal and material and strive for spiritual perfection. But at the same time, his goals were political in the sense that he wished to transform society into an ideal ethical space. His striving was not just to change himself, but to change everything around him. In this sense, he was not a spiritual person who withdrew from the material world, but one who strove to transform it. One of Gandhi's most often quoted statements is, "Be the change you want to see." He lived his life exactly according to his own ethics, without any heed to any kind of personal, emotional, or physical discomfort. Thereafter, he came back to India, from South Africa, and there he assumed the role and he was accepted as the Mahatma. The largest gathering of people that he managed was during what is known as the Salt Satyagraha. That mobilized thousands of people against the British government to protest against the tax put on common salt. To Gandhi, the poorest of poor also needs salt as an essential item of consumption, and this tax would hit them. Politically, he realized that this was a cause that would unite the entire mass of people in India. It was also a symbolic act that hit directly at the British Empire and exposed their injustice towards the lowly masses. To the general public, this act was unworthy of a sovereign, that is, putting a tax on salt, and they saw in Gandhi a messiah who would deliver them from injustice. A majority of Indians also look upon non-violence as a virtue, and Gandhi's method of non-violence protest appealed to them as a mode that would also protect them from the performance of bad karma. So this was also a very important fact that drew very large number of ordinary people, because they were not expected to be violent, because violence was something that would have gone against their moral universe. To Gandhi, the method was even more important than the goal. To him, anything obtained illegally or by unethical methods was a sin, a violence against truth. Gandhi had interpreted truth as a virtue and as ethical, the right way to do something. In this sense, he believed that truth was also logical and could be ascertained through debate and experimentation. To find the right path, one had to do what one did in science. One had to look for it, experiment to get to it. He calls his biography "My Experiments with Truth." It is unprecedented that Gandhi managed to draw to him followers not only from India, but from among the British also, apart from global admirers. The Indian civilization and its rich repertoire of philosophy and knowledge had found followers and admirers from the period of the East India Company rule, such as Sir William Jones, who nurtured what is known as New Orientalism, a phase of admiration for ancient India. With the conquest of Bengal in 1776, Warren Hastings began a process of formation of an Indo-European identity, a long and ancient linkage between India and Europe that had been given the final touches by the foundation of the Asiatic Society in 1786. And then, of course, I've written a bit about the development of more education and the kind of people who were produced by, apart from Gandhi, there were people like Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo, who were also spiritual, but who were also highly Western educated. An interesting and important aspect of the British educated Indians who were very active in the freedom movement was that even when they were politically ousting the British, at the personal level, cordial relations and even friendship ties existed between the two. Writing about the peak of the Quit India movement, noted historian Charles Allen writes, it says a lot for both sides that throughout this penultimate chapter of the Raj, friendships between individual British and Indians not only survived but frequently prospered. And it is possibly because of this kind of some level of cordiality that it was possible for a Gandhi to have carried on his Satyagraha movement, this peaceful movement, because the British did not really, I mean, they could have just shot everybody, but they didn't do it, because people were unarmed and they really didn't kill them. I mean, people got hurt and they were imprisoned, but no real violent retaliation, except in exceptional cases like the Jallianwala Bagh was there, but not. Now I come to the most interesting part of Gandhi's personality. His biographers Erik Erikson and David Hardiman have been both concerned with the peculiar trend that Gandhi followed of crafting himself into a feminine personality, imbibing what he considered the feminine traits of non-violent opposition and civility. More elaborately, Erikson writes, the experience of witnessing the outrages perpetrated on Black bodies by white he-men aroused in Gandhi both a deeper identification with the maltreated and a stronger aversion against all male sadism. So this is how Gandhi created this movement opposing, counter to the masculine militarism that we find in most other liberation movements. But here it was a counter to that, a conscious counter to that. Further, as Erikson has analyzed as a psychoanalyst, to Gandhi, the sexual act appeared as a violence against the female body, a perception that perhaps led to his taking on asceticism and abstaining from all sexual contact at the prime of his youth. Moreover, as a leader, he opted for the path of cooperation and non-violence, path of non-cooperation and non-violence, following his mother's example of undertaking self-purifying fast rather than launching an attack on the enemy. Throughout his political career, he negotiated to understand the opponent and also Gandhi. Count for life. That was the petition to Gandhi.
I come from a griot family, so I usually can yell. So this project that I have here today is part of a bigger project that I have, in which I try to see what does the centralization of Africans and people who have consent in our discipline, in the discipline of African studies, what effects does the centralization? So what effect does the centralization of people of African descent and African knowledges or lack thereof can have on the discipline itself and in our engagement with the production of knowledge in Africa? This actually, it's really interesting. This is, I've been really thinking about my project as I engage with many spaces and discourses on Africa. And this is a really interesting conference for me. And yesterday I was talking to a friend, and we were talking about the history. I am in Black Studies in general. So I am in Black Studies, and the friend of mine and I were talking about the difference between Black Studies and African Studies, and how come African Studies is still dominated by non-Africans, while Black Studies is dominated by Black bodies. And one is because he was born out on Black, and that is why it has centered that much. While African Studies, as a matter of fact, is a continuation of a colonial discourse. That's why Black knowledge are still on the peripheries. Why am I saying this? What does it have to do with this? Again, and before I get there, and that's why, for example, I wanted to bring the attention of this group to yesterday's film. That was very, very interesting to me, but we didn't even get to talk about it. And it was very disturbing at the same time for me as a scholar, African descent, in a space like this. You know, after the film, I was shaking for two major reasons. One was that the constant display of Black death and suffering that was very, very hard, and that has been recognized in the history of our discipline. And the other reason was the underlying message of universal brotherhood that simplified the racial stature of somebody like January, while made the call for universal brotherhood in terms of people's political engagement of people more sophisticated. That was really good. But what does all of this have to do with this? That's the same project that I have here. Seymour has been read as a fundamental Eurocentric scholar, precisely because his biography has been written by people who were not from his space and who did not focus on the very foundation of his work, which is the Syrian and the world cultures. And the question that I ask in my bigger project is also the question that I ask here, which is, what happens if you wrote the biography of Senghor from actually a Syrian perspective? And what would negritude have been, or what would our reading of negritude have been? Right? Don't get me wrong. I am actually not a deep scholar, and I don't believe in the moment of delinking. I strongly believe that modernity, Western modernity, is in many ways part of us as we are part of its emergence, right? However, what I strongly believe in is the necessity to engage from an endogenous perspective in order to think our relation to knowledge production, not only within the spheres of Africa, but also outside. And again, it is arguable that negritude is one of the most important political and philosophical movements in what we do. Yeah. We can agree on that. And yes, negritude has fundamentally been read as a Eurocentric philosophy, or as a Eurocentric by those who appreciate it and by those who reject it. Some, even when literature is presented as an economic philosophy, it is still linked somewhat with traditional subject the West and the West as subject history. And all of that is linked in one way or another to the biographies of Senghor. Who is Senghor and what do Senghor's biographies tell us? If I asked, I'm sure, if I asked here questions about Senghor and his life, some people will tell me, well, he's a guy who's really interesting, who grew up in what he calls the kingdom of childhood, but who also went to the West and studied. You read all the biographies of Senghor, unless there are some that I have not seen, all of them start by telling us this. Senghor was fundamentally African. He was born in Joal, although he was born in Chilor already. Right, at a certain point, Senghor came to Joal to go to school. He was 5 or 6 and then had his first education. Anyway, all start by telling us Senghor was fundamentally Syrian. But no, not even one of Senghor's biographies has more than 5 pages on his life in what Senghor calls the kingdom of childhood. Although everybody accepts, everybody acknowledges that Senghor is fundamentally Syrian. Senghor himself says it throughout. If you want to have the keys of my philosophy, if you want to read my poetry, you have to know the values of Syrian ontology, Syrian epistemology, but also Syrian poetry, right? But absolutely nothing. Not more than 5 pages on the kingdom of childhood. This project, and that's why I have this project of writing what I call a mytho-biography of Senghor. And after, as a matter of fact, after this conference, I'm thinking of taking the mytho out and just writing a biography of Senghor. Because why would we call it mytho-biography? Are there really myths? And I'll read a little bit about why I wanted to call it a mytho-biography, and why after this interview yesterday, and if we're really serious about centering Africa, then maybe we can just call it a biography. But anyway, let me just, I'm going to read a little bit and tell you just a couple of stories about Senghor, and then, right? So, again, historiography of Senghor's life and shows the pervasiveness of coloniality, right? His critics and biographers have paid very little attention to his life in the kingdom of childhood. I'm going to skip a little bit. And if you read his biographies, again, this is how they start. They are perceived as the logical progression of a young pupil who joined the Christian seminary in Gazoville. That's how they all start, right? Senghor was born in the kingdom of childhood. Then you have chapter on his life at the seminary in Gazoville, then a chapter of his life in Dakar, and then the moment of greatness in Paris when he went to Collège de France, tried École Normale Supérieure, didn't work, then went to Sorbonne and became a politician. Celebrated, before he became a politician, he has an agrégé. The agrégé is a competition in France, very respected degree. So Senghor becomes the first Black agrégé, and the colonial school, the colonial administration invites Senghor for a conference in Dakar. Now to talk about his understanding of culture. Senghor comes to 1936, 1937. But what really happens that day is what they want, what the colonizers had no idea. They didn't care about what Senghor wanted to say. They wanted to present Senghor as the model of the evolution. This is what we can make of you if you follow our steps. Senghor would come, use the subjective imperfect once or twice, wore a beautiful suit, have the right mannerism, that's not the way I'm talking right now, have the right mannerism, use some Latin French sentences and go back. That's what was expected of him. There was the administration, Black would-be evoliers were there. Senghor came and spoke about something that what he spoke about was the values of African cultures, the values of African modes of being, but also their limits. It was a scandal. Africans started saying, the colonizers, the colonized administration started saying, oh, he's becoming a subversive person, is he? The Africans were saying, he's already an évolué, and he doesn't want us to be one. But anyway, my point here is, despite those biographical moments, that caricature of Senghor, this guy who actually had something to say, and they wanted to come and just show himself like a bird, is exactly the caricature of Senghor and his very life and his representation as this really Eurocentric and European person. I gotta say, I had the chance, to meet Senghor and to spend some time with him, although I'm not that old. Senghor died very recently, but I have family connections to Senghor, and I kind of know him. It's true, he's a very guy. I remember I was a young kid when I was telling my mom, oh, that this guy, the Senghor, really, really, really admired my brother, my older brother. Everybody loves my brother. Yeah, his name is. He was a good student, but Senghor really liked him because Edouard was studying Latin. And since Edouard was studying Latin, Senghor would tell Edouard all the time about Latin songs and stuff. Anyway, and then growing up, that was also my idea. So don't get me wrong, I'm not really dismissing that part. However, my point here is, and when I was in grad school and started studying Senghor, what I wanted to do was do a dissertation on Senghor and question and critique him. And the more I read Senghor, the more I found that. The more you read Senghor, the more, despite this display, you found out. And when I started doing research for another project, I realized that he had an entire, very interesting story, history. Right. So now what I'm going to argue is that Senghor, the study of Senghor's biography, will show that he was really serialistic, and that shows again. Why do we do biographies? Because if we do biographies, not only do we do it to know these people, but they can also allow us to think about their philosophies in completely different ways. So why do I say that Senghor was serialistic? Again, his childhood in the kingdom of childhood, he calls his childhood the Joal, Gilor, Faoué, the villages around where he grew up, the kingdom of childhood. Is one of the most important research gaps in the discipline, I think, of Senghor studies. There is a consensus in Senghorian scholars that his experience in the kingdom of childhood is essential in his work. Yet, a quick immersion in his experiences in the kingdom of childhood shows that the serious study of his biography has the potential to open new ways of reading his book. This paper, then, is the first implications that came of my preliminary research in Joal and Gilor in preparation of what I used to call a mythobiography, and that I can just call biography. First, there is absolutely no proof that Senghor was initiated. I just want to say that because I'm presenting this guy as a serialistic, but maybe he was not initiated, right? In serial tradition. But what is clear, and there's absolutely no doubt about this, is that he had a very intimate knowledge about serial cultures. As Raphael Ndiaye is one of the major scholars of Senghor, and he's the president of the Senghor Foundation. In an interview with Raphael Ndiaye, he told me one of the things that people don't know is that from 1913 to 1922, Senghor went every single weekend back home and spent all his summer vacations back home. So it is therefore a truism to say that the serial scholar was familiar at a very, very young age, and at least until the age of 17, with the esoteric aspect of his culture. He will never stop being interested in these cultures as he takes in the mid-1930s African linguistic courses at the École Pratique des Hautes Études with Lydias Homburger, and at the Institut d'Ethnologie de Paris with Paul Rivet, Marcel Mauss, and Marcel Cohen. Senghor also frequently came back to the kingdom of childhood to do field work. One of the things that we don't talk about often and that most people don't know is that Senghor started a PhD that he never finished on the verbal forms in the Senegalese Guinean group. So he started a PhD in linguistics on the verbal form for the Serer, the Wolof, the Pulaar, and the Joola. And during one of his field studies, Senghor gathered 2,000 poems, Serer poems, and his goal was to look at those poems to develop to work on his dissertation. Again, so what I'm saying is that he had a very intimate knowledge of the aesthetic sphere of Serer literature, aesthetics of Serer poetry, aesthetics and his culture, but those aspects are still yet to be studied. And that's why his biographies are sometimes very important. Moreover, Senghor's father was a rich trader attached to Serer culture. And Senghor always reminds us that his father would organize these nocturnal series where he would invite griots who would sing, singing the history of the Serer. What is there that we can look at very quickly, or maybe not very quickly, but that we can look at carefully to understand Senghor's style and maybe ultimately his poetry? These are things that we know. Senghor says it, we repeat it, but yet, what was happening during those days? How intimate was Senghor? Senghor also reminds us, he says it several times in his work, that there were 3 women that were his muses. Maron Ndiaye, Khady Ndiaye, and another one whose last name is Chus. It's going to come back to you. Those were his muses. Who are they today? Nobody can tell you. It is important, and that's my project. It's important to go back as we do Senghor's biography to look into those and discover these women who, one may argue, are the real foremothers, if you may say, of Negro Jews. And Senghor, actually, in one of his poems, cites Maron Ndiaye, one of these poets, one of these Serer poets, who says, Lansara Lipoteba Ofe Sabye. And Maron Ndiaye is singing the beauty of her fiancé, tall, black, and proud like a flower tree. How much more can you celebrate blackness without the constant engagement with whiteness that comes after colonization? And maybe, and here, this would be the duty of both those who are anti-colonial and the decolonial tradition, believe in the pervasiveness of whiteness. And it is essential, I think, that we understand, and in reading these people, taking them very seriously, will allow us to understand our culture from an endogenous perspective, without the filter of the subject of the West. Anyway, and now I'm going to tell you 2 stories to tell you that Senghor really knew African cultures. And yet, again and again, until very recently, we studied my Bashir's book, and I can talk about that more. Most of Senghor's critique linking to German romantics, linking to the surrealist poets, to the labor philosophy, to Bergson. And people say, yes, he was inspired by African cultures. As a matter of fact, he wanted to go back. But even that the critique was just black way being white. I mean, yeah, okay, all of that is not false. However, how about looking very closely and from an African perspective at what's happening? Anyway, I met this really beautiful and wonderful academic. She is also my aunt. Her name is Jie, and Jie tells me, and Jie is, some of you, I'm sure, read Senghor's poetry, and there's one leitmotif, something that comes back often. Senghor sometimes writes his poetry, and all of a sudden you see Korsiga. Korsiga is a way of singing Siga. Kor, the man of Siga. He calls himself Korsiga. That's how he phrases himself. I am the man of Siga. Siga is sort of what in English people would say Senghor's cousin. in Serer, we say Obinotel. It's your uncle's, your mother's brother. That's the uncle, not your friend. Your uncle's daughter. Your uncle's daughter is closer to you than your own sister. Right? Your uncle's daughter is really the person that goes to you. So, but you're also supposed to marry your uncle's daughter. So your uncle's daughter is that's how you are the man of next. Now, G is Siga's daughter. G is still alive. And G tells me, I said, what's Siga really said? Can you tell me about Siga and Siga's engagement says? And she says, I'll tell you this. One day, there was in Joel, outside of Joel, there was a lake. The name of the lake, and in the lake there was a spirit. And the name of the spirit is Jamie. Whenever people went to that lake, they would die. Kids sometimes went to fish or to play in that lake and they would die. And one day, Senghor came to Siga, Jie's mother. And Siga tells the story to Jie. And says, you know what? Jie, Siga, tomorrow I'm going to visit Jamie. And Siga says, you don't talk to me about your crazy stuff. You're studying there. Don't. If you want to talk about these things, go talk to someone else. And Senghor says, don't worry. All I'm saying is that from now on, nobody will ever be swallowed by the troubled waters of the spirit again. Tomorrow, Jamie will leave his lands in one way or another. This is the child's talk, right? And Siga says, Siga, that's how they call them, Siga. Siga, the person who will always keep honor, who will never be shame to the community. And Siga, don't push your luck. In any case, I am not talking about this. And the next day, Senghor took his fishing gears and headed to Jamaica. That evening, he came back with a bag of fish. This is a lake that nobody goes to. Senghor goes and after the check with a bag of fish. And he says, hey, who wants to eat with me? Everybody runs away. This kid is crazy. Senghor makes his food and eats it. In the afternoon, in the evening, before he goes to bed, he goes to his father. And says, Father, can you please provide me with salt milk and some wine? And his father says, look, we all know you are a weird kid. All I'm going to tell you is you can go and do whatever you want. I don't want you to talk or to link your crazy thing, to do your crazy thing with any of my children. Okay, just go. Senghor goes, get his milk, get his wines, and the next day, he goes and does his libation. That was the last time anyone died in Chinese Lake. The second story, and these are true stories. The second story, and that's why I decided not to call it a myth of biographies. Because why not? Because when you go to Joel, you talk to these people, these are true stories. Those who want to call it the myth. Right? In another instance, Jay says, and this time Jay is there. Right? Jay is a little older now. Jay stated that she remembers very well. She was with her mother, and all of a sudden, at 4 o'clock in the morning, they hear a knock. His mother said, her mother said, who's there? It's me, Sarah. Sarah, why are you waking me up at this time? Just open. So you got she complains. And then Jay says, I remember very well, Senghor was in a green Jeep. The Siga opens, Senghor says, let's go. Takes Siga with him and takes him and they drive away to this big tree. And Senghor says, look, I want you to do a sacrifice for me. Tomorrow, you're going to send him someone, send her someone. You're going to take this big black wood. You come here and you dig a big hole and put the hole underneath. And Siga says, well, why would you do it? And Senghor says, all I know is if you do that, I will never, ever win and lose an election. As long as this tree has green leaves, I will not lose an election. So in reality, this is my point. It matters little that Senghor really moved Jammeh from that place or not, or that the sacrifice of the bull helped him win elections. Such beliefs are a matter of faith and particular relations to the world. The reality of or falsehood of which is not worth pondering about. What is clear, however, and that's my point here, is that he made those sacrifices. And I believe G.A. would have lied. He made those sacrifices and many others. There are many stories like that, as several people from the kingdom of childhood witnesses have told me. Senghor's mastery of sacrifice rituals confirms, in turn, this is the point now, as most people from Shoah did, that Senghor was well versed in Syrian mysticism. He was, as he often evokes, introduced in an esoteric science of Syrian traditions by his maternal uncle, Wali, the man who he recalls taught him to listen to the inaudible and explained to him the signs uttered by the ancestors in the marine serenity of constellation. And in Syrian society, as I said earlier, maternal uncle is a guide responsible for the nephew's education. Although we are not sure that it was within the confines of an official initiation, we can believe Senghor when he affirms, and Senghor said it several times, that Tokor Wali himself, an initiate, taught him the ontological foundation of the Syrian world. As the Senegalese scholar, as Senghor himself remembers, quotes, until 1913, I lived in an animist milieu. My uncle Wali was responsible for my moral and religious education. I was 100% animist. Senghor's mastery of Syrian sacrifice rituals is proof that he was well versed in the esoteric aspects of his own culture. And he was also, as people from the kingdom of
Thank you very much. Our stories, biographies and stories about connection to, say, to some kind of sacred lives and traditions, maybe with papers in different ways. Thank you very much. I open the floor for questions, for comments, as I think I think I'd like to go around step one. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I have just a comment to there is a speech by Senghor in India in the 60s, where he mentions also deep influence on him by Rabindranath Tagore. At the end of the speech, he talks a lot about how he was influenced by poetry Tagore, his writing. I think it would be also interesting to see not just Bergson and all these Western poets, but also I was surprised when I read that in the speech. He talks about the three muses, Mariam Diar, and the other two that you mentioned. And he also talks a lot about how influenced he was to the poetry of writer, poet, sage,
Liberal first, sorry, liberal.
Before I forget, I want to remember that Senghor gave a famous speech on Afro-Latinité in my center in Bahia. That was 5 days after the coup d'etat. In 64, he had been invited by the progressive government, the other right after the dictatorship. But yet he was received with state honor. It came at the wrong moment. So we're reconvening many ways. Exciting papers, and they complement each other very much. Both of them emphasize the tension, which is, of course, I'm not trying to do, as we say in Portuguese, to push the call towards my sardine. The tension between nationalism and cosmopolitanism. Being a patriot and being a cosmopolitan seems to be an oxymoron, but it is not. Often cosmopolitan is constructed abroad. Traveling is supposedly important because then you reconsider your country, your kingdom of childhood from the outside. Nationalism always has the journey as part of it. I think that there are interesting points of comparison. Of course, there are two very important characters in the history of the global South, and they're also models. I would have liked Subara to expand more on the visual art around Gandhi. Gandhi was an amazing. Now, for some reason, I have to think of Frida Kahlo when I think of Gandhi, because Frida Kahlo was also self-constructed native. She constructed her own clothing, and so there is.
I have some visuals.
Because there is so much image around it was so important in Brazil.
with the cooperation from the elites whom they wanted to, convert into British subjects. But yeah, so, that kind of, it was a reciprocal thing. I don't know whether this would have really worked in some other context. Because in South Africa, of course, Gandhi did try the non-violent and it was successful. But I don't know to what extent it was successful. He did, as I was telling you about the Phoenix sisters and the Tolstoy sisters, women who were trained to just go into any, no entry zone, like black women going into white areas and all, using their bodies as weapons, risking getting killed. They were doing this, but only up to a point, because then he left South Africa and he went back to India. Whether if he had continued there, to what extent he would have been able to mobilize this and to what goal, we do not know. It remains a speculation, but he did try even there initially when he was there.
I want to come back for what was interrupted by the internet meeting, but he asked in the beginning about showing some photos.
Yeah, and also I've forgotten, what did you ask?
Because someone isn't us. And he takes the phenomenon of that question of poets. Someone takes himself very seriously as a poet and a thinker. And when my voice you can say the title doesn't go around screaming its tribute, it pounds it to its prey and divorces. Someone says the title can't stop. Someone has a strong belief in the power of language and the importance of redefining knowledge. Like his entire career of language is, I think, based on this. A human being is that which thinks. As soon as I argue clearly that our engagement with thinking is fundamentally rational, that would mean that we are human beings. And if we are human beings, then we should be treated as such. I think that's the same was talking about. Now, as politician, also Senghor, he spends all this time saying, I'm not a politician, I'm a poet, who fell into politics. Senghor was the greatest, huge politician. And he understands something. People say, he acquires friends all the time. Senghor understands very well the power of his colonizers. And Senghor believes, as a matter of fact, Senghor believes in negotiation. For example, in 1958, people don't really talk about this, but in 1958, Senghor says we don't want independence. And until now, you say, Senghor is so colonized, he didn't even take, he didn't us the independence. And Senghor said, vote no to independence. That's what he says. Really. But you read closely, Senghor said, this is too easy. This, what these people are calling decolonization, is not decolonization. He says literally during that time, we don't talk about this in our days, but what Senghor says is, what we should do at this point is decolonize France. Why do we build this place? They exploit us to build their country, and now we just leave. What would mean is that they give up all their, they keep their rights, but give up all the duties. Yes, they relinquish all their duties and keep their rights. And Senghor says something that's really interesting that actually happens. He says, if we did have independence the way we do it now, what's going to happen is in 20 years, our children will be crossing the Atlantic and risking their lives to die in that. So that's what's happening in 1950. Why am I saying this? Because Senghor is a politician. At a certain point, because Senghor actually, in 1939, Senghor is talking about the possibility of arms rebellion. He says in a very short article, he says, look, we will be decolonized when the time comes by any means necessary, even if it means taking up arms. But he also believes in the possibility of negotiations until the end. And after his independence, and we spent all of our time, was sold out, Senghor was sold out. After he left power, in a nature with this energy, somebody told him, why do you spend all your, why weren't you ever in confrontation with his friends? Senghor said, I was the president of a country and not in a clear public, not somebody who goes outside and screaming. He was a very fine politician, and he knew very well that these friends were very powerful. And it was a question of how to negotiate with them. One may agree, one may disagree, but that was his thing. Yeah, that was his thing. Now that's why Senghor is also not really appreciated by the Senegalese youth, but that was his thing. Now, Senghor says African and cosmopolitan. The truth is, if one reads Senghor, and they say if one really is serious about African cultures, cosmopolitanism cannot be separated from being African. Africans are fundamentally open to Africa. That's why we were conquered. It's not just now the East fight back. It is, I think, two powers max. One that believes in the possibility of one truth, and one that engaged these possibilities of difference. I'm just going to take us back to Thanks for the Parts. There's this beautiful moment when, the priest meets Unuka, I think, and the priest comes to Unuka and says, do you know God? Unuka says, yes, but we also have a God. And actually, his name, you should say their name, is Chikmu. And then the priest says, if you have a God, why don't you want everybody to believe in your God, since it's Chikmu, the creator? And Unuka says, well, why can't everybody have their own? And when two forces like that meet, we can imagine which one we would follow. And I think African cultures are not based on essence. Our understanding of reality are fundamentally from day one. Let's tie that to the question of language.
Actually, this is exactly the same thing that in India, people used to believe that, they still believe, a very large number of them, that all different religions they lead to the same God, or that there's no difference between good and anybody who came to India was allowed to practice their own way, and the Indians never had any concept of conversion. So this was another thing that, okay, you practice your own religion, it is your God. It is not, God is the same. You see, in India, we have this in the Vedas that Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadati, which means that there is only one truth, but there are different ways to reach it. And this is that kind of cosmopolitanism which is a very integral ethos of India. And that is why when I said the masses didn't care who was ruling them, a ruler is a ruler. He may be whatever that person is like, doesn't make a difference as long as he or she is benign. And one thing about language I forgot to tell you. This, in India, if you ask what is your language, people will tell about their own mother tongue. They will never tell the national language. So everybody speaks their own tongue, own mother tongue, of which there are many. I think 20 or 30 or 19 are recognized, but there are many more. So this is a very problematic situation, the national language issue.
So I was saying, right, that idea of God implies the question of truth and the possibility of being. So being itself, I think, in African cultures are fundamentally pluralistic. So cosmopolitan, and maybe the word that we should use is not cosmopolitan, because we also know the history of that term in relation to the 18th century. Anyway, but this understanding of ourselves that engage with thoughts, not only while human being, like everything exists, I think is fundamentally African. Afrobeat is African. That's who we are, right? And I'll tie that to the question of language. I think African languages are essential. African languages. I'm not sure about other African countries, but in Senegal, you will never meet an 80-year-old person who speaks only one language. All the Africans speak many languages. So yes, African languages improve.
Same.
Knowing the language, how important it can be.
Yes.
To write this song to the life story.
You're absolutely right. I think we want not think of Africa only with languages that may not have the possibility to say realities that do not exist in other languages. Second, this is just a cliche. I'm not saying, the age-old question that we've been asking in African studies, but does language precedes thinking, or does thinking precedes that? Thinking in African language definitely leads to certain ways of handling the world. So I think it is essential to use African language, to think in African languages, not just that thing, again, African studies now, what I'm saying, you can't say African studies should be legalized, something that is fundamentally African, it would be even contrary to what Africa and Africa sees. However, Africans needs to be centralized and African languages, African, that's through them that we can then translate something else. And same work is the case in fact. There's no way you can read the curriculum if you don't understand these languages.
But more question. Well, first there was Holland language.
Thanks very much for both these presentations. I think they're very extremely interesting from 2 points of view. One is that they're about the inner man or the inner person. Political biographies, I think, are more about what the person did than their sort of personal individual growth. But what I want to say is something about the idea of identity. There's a wonderful article by Eric Hobsbawm written in the 1970s in which he points out that this idea of identity as being relatively fixed is fairly recent. It's from the 1960s or 70s onwards. And the problem I have with the idea of something being, to use your expression, fundamentally African, is that it seems to me to take away the identity of the person who reinvented himself and attribute an identity to him. We all have two aspects of our identity. One is our own sense of ourselves, and the other is the identity that we're attributed by see us. I'm standing up here, you see a white man, an old white man speaking English, so that's my identity. What I'm suggesting is, what Hobsbawm says, is that identity is actually much more fluid. It changes over time and it adapts to circumstances. I think what's fantastic about the presentation that Senghor was about Gandhi is how they reinvented themselves and adapted themselves to circumstances. There's a couple of lines in the poem Leaves of Grass by Walker, in which he says, and I think this speaks to this question, do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself. I'm large, I contain multitudes. And I think both these figures that we've heard about today contained multitudes. And there's another story, just very quickly, I've forgotten her name, but there was an English woman from Yorkshire who married a Luo poet. And Dr. Bitek, who was a Kenyan poet, referred to her children as half Luo. And she responded by saying, my children are not half anything. My children are wholly, they have both the identities that they choose to attribute, which are attributed to them by society. So I'm just questioning, I'm trying to provoke you into this idea of fundamentally African, completely African, certainly, but also completely French. I mean, Senghor had multiple identities, which he constructed for himself, which is a fantastic story, and Gandhi the same thing. So I'd just be interested to know what you think about this.
Can I just add a sentence? Just to do what he said. The beautiful text by Hobsbawm, which I tried to quote and he did it properly, said, when I was young, there was no identity. You know, we basically historicized the use of identity, starting, if I'm right, in 1972. Before 1972, no one was speaking of identity, if not like as it's in terms of psychological. So there is this historicization of identity, which is very important for the making of Africanism. Right. No, your points are okay.
Because you want also waiting for a long time and then answer and then.
So thank you very much to both presenters. And I've been waiting for someone else to raise this point, which follows on from Colin's very appropriately, perhaps, about the reinvention of oneself. And this is the problem of Gandhi in South Africa. And you've given us the story of the train, but there's other stories as well about his commitment to bettering the position of the Indian in South Africa and not warning, not endangered, but also to the exclusion of supporting the struggle back in the situation they were in, even replicating the language of British in the equivalent African people in South Africa, and there's this very rich, well-researched book by Ashwin Desai and Willem the South African Gandhi stretcher era. Anyway, I'm just putting it out there to remind us of this problematic as it speaks to what we're saying about nation, about cosmopolitanism, about seeing others as humans. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that, of course, Gandhi, even in the later politics, we have not only in South Africa, but in later politics, there have been problematic situations where, people have doubted which side he was on. For example, a lot of criticism was directed at him because initially he wanted to support the Indians to support the British troops in for the Second World War, and which in India was not like First World War, or the Second. So yeah, South Africa again, I understand there has been this like, but you see what he may have, and I think that is where he turned. Initially, he was thinking that okay, he's British educated, he is, he was that culturally British and everything. So he must have been aligning himself with the British and looking at the blacks and blacks with that same view. But when it came to himself, when he got treated like that, I think that is what gave him the joy. That is what I feel. I may be wrong. But that is what it is projected even in his own biography or his own interpretation of why he changed. Do you think that is doubtful? I mean, it is partially true.
So that we want to create directors. Okay, let's take notes. I mean, it's not serious.
Yeah, it is honestly. I think we should.
So he supported the segregation of races. He wrote complaints to the British authorities in Durban asking for the removal of Africans from what was referred to as the Kuni location, and so on. So it's pretty heavy stuff. Thank you.
My question is directed to Sheikh. Thank you for the project you just to embark on. You mentioned that you're going to reread Sembol in the prism of Serer tradition. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that of all the biographies that you have encountered, 5 pages in terms of his childhood, are you going to look at the genealogies of Sembol? And also, have you interviewed maybe childhood friends, since you're looking at the kingdom of childhood? Because I believe that as much as the personal is political, there are certain things that are missed from childhood experiences. Because if you look at biographies, sometimes how do we place the person within the community? So we have to start from the beginning, and also looking at the social beliefs that he had. How was it socialized? How it came to be, like from a genealogical point of view? Thank you.
Right. So let me start with the last question. Yes, well, Semor's childhood, I believe, was years old, but that's what I want to do, looking at the social structures and also and I'm really interested in all these beautiful stories about Sembor beyond the idea of truth, and what idea do these stories give us about who he was? Because I'm really not interested in You know, I'm interested in meanings that we can give to some of understanding of liberty and how can we just expand. You know, but I've definitely some genealogy would be important, but also trying to understand better this area and the Joa lives there and what happened. Because there's a lot of oral history there that can be in the present, you know what? This what you're saying is true. Absolutely no doubt. This is you know when but see when you start when you say what is the question of identity as fixed is recent. You're absolutely right. But this is the thing. It's recent for the West. The West that this studying the history of Western thought, when they said, oh, you know, the question of identity is so recent, it's linked to the idea of, you know, these social organizations status. Questions of identity can, I agree with you that they can never be in single. Senghor was a plural person, as we all are. You know, Africans are fundamentally pluralistic. In my work, there's this beautiful actually term that Suleiman Bashir Gang, somebody asked Bashir Gang, that we didn't answer. Suleiman Bashir Gang, by the way, in 2007, wrote a book that kind of changed the way we negotiate. As he argues that we should go back to African art to understand the philosophy of language. And Suleiman Bashir Gang, I think that has this beautiful phrase that he uses. Says if there is an essentialism in Senghor's work, it is an essentialism of hybridity. What is fundamental about being African, and this is this is the point of contention that I have in the US. What is essential about being African is being universe. There's absolutely no contradiction with being fundamental. Say maybe the word fundamental I should check again, because there's somewhere when boxing on there. Yeah. But yes, you know, there's something that is called an essentialism of hybridity. And I use that a lot in my work that I believe in. Now, this is the thing. I also work a lot with the question of the limits of Western time. And when I'm talking about African time, I'm not talking about African time as a circular time. But I think African time is fundamentally fluid. And here I use several epistemologies and ontologies to try to think of that. The idea of being in itself is not only essential, it's not essential, yes, becoming, but universal in its becoming. So yes, and you're absolutely right, absolutely no contradictions. Cyril, and with a very interesting understanding of what it means to be French. Have anybody visited Senghor's house? If you visit Senghor's house, he always has. He has a Quran and a Bible. Next to these contradictions, these traditional contradictions, don't make any sense with Senghor. And Senghor's work, Senghor is influenced by mystics. You know, and the person that my brother there talks about in India, I wonder if there is Henri Bergson, a mystic, Iqbal, a mystic. And one of the particularities of music is definitely trying to go beyond the limits of being and fix it, to engage with the essence of things. But Senghor calls what is the essence of things again, is the under reality, surreality, under reality of things, which is fluid, becoming, and reversal. That's also how Senghor talks about culture and identity. So Senghor's ethno-philosophy and his understanding of liberty, I argue in my own work, the idea of métissage is not as Senghor has been right at the end of history. But métissage should always be in plural in some way. That's why I argued in my first book, where it is as the beginning and the end. At the beginning of this. So
yeah, one or two just quick comments. On the question of nation, the idea of nation, of course, more recently there is a lot of literature coming out of Anderson, Imagine the Nation. I always wonders whether in our colonized countries. As you said, back to the national Britain portion of the national struggle for independence. But it was not a construct of elites. Really. What did people understand by nation? What did ordinary people understand? So, on the question of Gandhi, exactly what is hot. Actually, research has shown that Gandhi's, the anecdotes that are cited, they're repeated, and they become the universal truth. Gandhi's stay in South Africa and his politics are very racist, very racist. To the extent that sometimes led to the book, very near the distant past. Led the movement of students breaking Gandhi's statements. That was Nakra. Yeah, Gandhi. So I think that should be kept in mind. The second point, on the question of Gandhi's spirituals and self-abnegation, abstinence, and so on, particular section. Some people have argued, very much an argument. It is a very selfish attitude, extremely selfish, to the extent that in experiment of his self-restraint, he would sleep on that he could stay. Yeah. So behaving very contradictory character.
Yes, that is it. But even his relation to which I have also mentioned to his wife, like just
yeah. So I think those things should also be worked out. And
I think some of it are brought up. The racism part actually it is suppressed to a very large extent.
Yeah.
So I have to search.
You see, the problem is that once we get iconized,
yeah.
Success will do that, you know.
Because
then these things are suppressed. Those narratives don't come.
I was looking because of my own interest into the gender dimensions, and certainly I have mentioned that his treatment of his wife was extremely selfish, which he himself also agreed. There are things that I could not read, of course, it was a much longer paper. So since the focus was more on his gender, sexuality, violence, so I have not really explored the racism part. So that is also
I'm not I'm just saying there are these narratives, which are now beginning to come out.
But I will try to.
Now, the more important question, the question why? Why British tolerated the Soto Satyagraha movement? Of course, British, not all over empire. I mean, they were past. And they knew that Gandhi, in this particular case, was the model. And if you sort of came up harshly against the Gandhian movement, actually you will land India more radical. That's why they didn't look like Subhash Chandra Bose. Right? That one. Two, the question of violence. By very nature, colonialism very violent. And in India, it was part of the post-independence. There was a lot of violence. In Africa, in all settler colonies, starting Algeria, Kenya, Mauno, Zimbabwe, the colonial state was very violent. The settlers were very violent. In those circumstances, where could the question of non-violence start with? It couldn't. Nyerere gave a very good answer. Nyerere was being interviewed by Bill Sutherland. Bill Sutherland is an African American, but a Ghanaian. Okay? And he asked Mwalimu about Mwalimu's support for armed struggle in Southern Africa. Mwalimu says, if we can get our independence, liberation, non-violence, of course, the violence is not. Because it's not. But I'm not a pacifist philosopher. I'm not a pacifist philosopher. In that sense, I'm not a Gandhi. For me, for liberation, if violence becomes necessary, then people are not. So I think that issue also, you have to that's right. And partly responding to the question that she asked about whether this were impossible in Africa. And on Senghor, Paul asked the question, Senghor the politician. Right? And sometimes, you know, if we, and it's important what we've been saying, that we're showing. But you know, this identities and multiple identities, and your discourse is located in each. Your discourse is located in each. It's not a political discourse involving society of people. See? And these people who pronounce multi-identities and cosmopolitan. When it comes to the politics, the political role, I think it's just different. That is important to keep in mind. Okay? Because Senghor, ran against the whole grain of African politics. Okay? So I think that is finally a question of cosmopolitan. I think it's what it is. But well, most of the time, for us, it is Westernism. Okay? Cosmopolitan doesn't necessarily Western. But what I like about your presentation is that the word outcome, whole spiritual, which means because we are so much caught up in the what we call it, Semitic religions, like monotheism. So many of our countries, India is also, this is not monotheistic society. Spirituality is not monopolized. Yes. Okay. Same in Africa. African religions are not monotheistic. We have a ethnic group called Maasai. Maasai don't have one, they have two groups. Very interesting. They have two groups. One is God of vices and is God of virtue. All right? In their outlook, the God of vices lives in heaven. He is white. The God of virtues lives on earth. He is black.
One question.
Just a little comment, really. I mean, I wonder if in your analysis of Gandhi, you could perhaps analyze him within the broader context of not only his time, in particularly his time, but in the context of the period, the era that he lived in and what was happening in the broader politics on the continent in Africa, for instance. I mean, that was the time of generally the politics of accommodation and an attempt to fit in almost everywhere across the continent. There wasn't during that time an effort or active attempts to jettison colonialism anywhere across. Maybe if we could maybe take Egypt as an exception, But otherwise, I think if one tries to look at it in the context of the thinking of the time, then one would understand why he would have advocated for non-violent politics. Because what he was advocating then was common everywhere across the continent. So that's what I'm trying to derive it. I would also like to agree to my colleague Patricia
about the comments she made about Gandhi in South Africa. That I think was very apt and to the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, I had written quite a bit of the context, but couldn't read it because of time constraint. In fact, I had contextualized from even earlier times, a whole stream of Indian history and how I was basically trying to, my question had been how Gandhi succeeded in being a leader. That was my question with which I started. So I have also discussed a lot. So that is why I also know a lot of things have been left out. I mean, it was just a way in which I was trying to analyze. As I said, it was my interpretation. And so I had contextualized in the larger, broader historical this thing and try to show that how the masses basically, as we were talking about, what it meant to them, what kind of leader they were expecting. And Gandhi probably, and this was the relationship, that how he could interpret and fit into those expectations, and mobilize the people. This was the only focus of this paper. Not about his racism. I mean, they must have, there were other things, many other things, casteism, racism, inequality, hierarchy, gender relations I have mentioned. So that is why. And certainly I have mentioned that what you were very rightly saying, and even that Quit India movement came much later. Before that, they were working in cooperation with the British government. The Congress Party was working in cooperation with the government, very much accommodating. In fact, Ambedkar was, Ambedkar initially was, actually one part, the second part of the paper I couldn't read. I was the Ambedkar and Subhash Chandra Bose. I included that in the third part. So yes.
Very quickly, I have to say two things. One is, I thought I was done with the word fundamentals, but now because we met the West, but I think we should still insist on this essentially, rather than fundamentally, a heterogeneous nature of conceptions of being in many cultures that we definitely find in this area, that we find in the Dogon, that we find in the Fulani, and that Senghor uses. And Senghor is fascinating. And the Fulani and the Dogon, Senghor and Sere. So the idea of heterogeneity here, that leads Senghor to understand being not in contradiction with experience. That said, after everything said, I can do the same, and I do this to question and critique Senghor's politics. I've had the chance to again know Senghor and to spend time with Senghor's family, especially those going to the same school with him. He was the best. Really was. in many instances, despite the discourse and stuff, pretty Western at home, you know, Western. And then say again, until now, from then to now, you can count. Simon family is heterogeneous, right? Part of the Simon families were Christian, went to the seminary, and went to France, and came back. Out of the families, it's very rare to see one that speaks the national language for 3-4 generations. So that's also something. And his politics was right.
Are there any questions and comments on those participating online? Because I don't see anybody's hand. I don't think so. Okay, I think we can close the session for now. Thank you very much.
There's a document and then there is a movie screening of Amil Shivji, Oscar competing movie. I would say in half an hour.
Okay, we believe it. There's a question from Jocelyn. Maybe someone could.
To view the film, she wants to know. Jocelyn wants to know whether she can see the movie. Yes, of course. Jocelyn, we will make the movie available on Zoom. Okay, we have the rights. I think it's no big deal. It's for educational purpose. No, shown to you. Okay, so it's yes, around this.
This is the film. Just on my
Does it stop recording or you leave?
Stop now.
I stop.
Film works. And then when we come back, we can share.
No, leave the meeting.